will bring better results than man-made ones. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. At that stage, the machines will be in effective control. People won't be able to just turn the machines off because they will be so dependent on them that turning them off would amount to suicide. 174. On the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer, but control over large systems of machines will be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses, and because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite is ruthless, they may simply decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate until the mass of humanity becomes extinct, leaving the world to the elite. Or, if the elite consist of soft-hearted liberals, they may decide to play the role of good shepherds to the rest of the human race. They will see to it that everyone's physical needs are satisfied, that all...
Yeah, I mean, not even the most hardened religious conspiracist, would have made such predictions that they're going to use population control on a mass scale, Brave New World tactics, that they're going to use mass surveillance. There's going to be extremely few level of people who are part of the elites, right? That the elites have perfected the system to such a degree that they actually don't need people to work for them. That they cultivate people who enjoy, the fruits of the labor of the system that they've created just for their mere enjoyment, right? That they actually might not be fully in control, right?
Retirement from birth plan.
Yeah, that they've created a system where the human beings within it are totally expendable and they live off of it. And basically, they're the ones who need it to function. They don't need any of the people who are individual members, right? So, this could quickly be thought of as, something that, goes down the road, which, there's robots that allow a level of elites to function. They have a certain level of technology that the rest of us don't have. And, they don't need people to run the machines anymore. So.
Yeah. Does he speculate about that as one of his possible future culture?
No, it just seems just a weird scenario that's part of this writing.
Yeah.
But yeah, he doesn't go deep into that one. But yeah.
I think one thing he's leaving out of the equation is the sheer perverseness of man and the sexual desire within man and woman. That if you have yourself a technocrat, bourgeoisie, elite ruling class, and then the proletariat, and they don't have to work, the proletariat, say maybe 10 hours a week of machine maintenance, or you could easily degrade it to a total orgy of degeneracies either way.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
For sure.
Children are raised under psychologically hygienic conditions, that everyone has a wholesome hobby to keep them busy, and that anyone who may become dissatisfied undergoes treatment to cure his problem. Of course, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered either to remove their need for the power process or to make them sublimate their drive for power into some harmless hobby. These engineered human beings may be happy in such a society, but they most certainly will not be free. They will have been reduced to the status of domestic animals. 175. But suppose now that the computer scientists do not succeed in developing artificial intelligence so that human work remains necessary. Even so, machines will take care of more and more of the simpler tasks so that there will be an increasing surplus of human workers at the lower levels of ability. We see this happening already. There are many people who find it difficult or impossible to get work because, for intellectual or psychological reasons, they cannot acquire the level of training necessary to make themselves useful in the present system. On those who are employed, ever-increasing demands will be placed. They will need more and more training, more and more ability, and will have to be ever more reliable, conforming, and docile because they will be more and more like cells of a giant organism. Their tasks will be increasingly specialized so that their work will be, in a sense, out of touch with the real world, being concentrated on one tiny slice of reality. The system will have to use any means that it can, whether psychological or biological, to engineer people to be docile, to have the abilities that the system requires, and to sublimate their drive for power into some specialized task.
Yeah, so there's two aspects to the whole thing. Is the compartmentalized, tasks, over specialization. It prevents people from seeing the overall effect of any of the small scale ideas that they're developing within the system, because all of their innovations and need to progress their extremely specialized course of study is basically just a surrogate activity, right? They have no idea what the end of the process is of what they're trying to accomplish, right? So, over specialization prevents mutual discussion and integrates the things within the system unbeknownst to the human beings that are developing those needs, right? Then the second aspect of it is the belief in progress and innovation, that the system must be improved, efficiency must be brought out at any cost, right? So the whole idea is to, improve whatever system is used to meet human needs, regardless of what's being done in order to procure those needs, right? Just because it is the system that is the basis for human survival, it must be improved at any cost. So this is how, essentially innovation and progress and technological necessity seems to then trap you, right? But anyways,
Yeah, you said that socialization is the means of that, or was it something else?
over socialization. Yeah, that's a word developed by Ellul, and then it was picked up by Kaczynski as well.
I gotta wrote a couple things down here, but I want to ask, what did he study in school? Did he graduate? Did he have a degree in something?
Oh yeah, he was a genius in terms of mathematics.
What about psychology?
No, yeah, he didn't study much of psychology.
Because it's almost like he's got that down pat too. Like, it's amazing.
Well, he was a subject in the MK Ultra studies, so I think he would have a firsthand approach of looking at some of the most cutting edge psychological techniques that were developed at the time, right?
Really? What does subject mean? Like, all the manner of testing they did on him, or was it like,
It was
like
a certain manner of testing that most people are not aware of because the studies and the nature of them are heavily redacted. So most people don't really know. But the tapes that they do have, it seems like he was just being asked a bunch of questions, and then interrogated it seemed like an interrogation, to a certain effect. But yeah.
Another thing he mentioned too was like the labor market and the people that would kind of fall astray from the demands of what it's becoming, and we see it also with the sports teams. Even you have specialization. You used to have like Drysdale, Koufax. They would pitch an entire game of baseball, from 1 to 9. Now you have like almost a different pitcher every inning. In some cases, like not really that hardcore, but you have these specialized uh, technician type of people, like you said, they compartmentalize. You saw that a little bit in World War II as well. You had people building stuff for the war machine, but they never were collaborating with the other workers of what was going on. And then somebody at the top had it all put together, and it, eventually became a tank or a weapon that was used, at the battlefield or whatever. But I also noticed that too in my life when Windows was really gaining steam and was becoming part of the corporate machine out there in the real world. I realized that training and staying up on like the new technology that just Microsoft alone was churning out every year was going to be, basically get ready to have to go to training every year for a new thing, even though it's the kind of stacked on the old thing. But otherwise, that 18-year-old kid that learned all that stuff in 7th grade is going to eat you up for half the price, and you're looking at retirement, right? So there's pressure all over the place. Go ahead.
Okay, we got another friend here. Hey, what's going on?
Hey guys, I got a dog in this fight, man, and I got some observations and some endeavors that I engaged on after I got past the concept of the limitations of humans and their safety protocols, and how that is the extent of the human uh, capability is their safety protocol, and the two generations that they've been able to engineer that are kind of being overlooked by certain generation, our generation especially. Um, while we were working with DOS and old 8088s and what used to be programs and interactive operating systems are now apps and proprietary systems without being able to internally change the structure of the operating system. And this was delivered to two generations, if not more, of children that were handed over to the social engineers of our schooling system. And they got the jump on us by a couple, if not 3 generations of pre-engineered I don't even want to call them they're victims. To my notion, to my observation, they're victims of a technocratic society and the advancement of technology. But they were handed something that was already pre-engineered and structured instead of doing the engineering. Where I come up in a state of engineering, I was building computers. I was, changing, writing programs, changing operating systems. All the way back to 311. So I had a great in-depth view of how the structure of computers was coming. I didn't like what I seen at one point in time. So I resisted and went to more of a human approach, more of a psychological approach to using the machine as a tool instead of basically a system of control and government. And once I seen the limitations of humans and over time the development of them taking all conceivable information gathered through the internet, social media, and developing algorithms, machine learning, and the illusion that they give you of what they call AI. I got lost in the fact that there was a couple generations, man, that they've already engineered, and for there to be any type of resistance to this, you're going to have not only this generation that is being educated, but two preceding generations that will stand against any type of resistance towards eliminating technology. If you get where I'm coming from.
I think so. Hi,
You know,
by the
they've
way.
al- yeah, yeah. Hello, everyone. I'm
Good to
sorry.
see
I
you.
just, yeah, I was just listening, and a lot of people aren't taking into consideration that they got the jump on us through schooling, and through engineering. And believe me, if you try to pry technology away from this last two generations, which have basically become, their smartphones and their social interactions over technology, that's going to be like trying to pry a candy away from a child. Just not going to happen easy. And they are going to resist, and they will see us as the enemy. So you're talking people that are 25 years old plus a couple years at this point in time who absolutely would see us and our resistance to any type of technology as the enemy, regardless of how detrimental it is to their survival to be resistant of technology or to remove technology and go back to a more organic state. They will fight to the death against anyone. I believe that shows resistance to the overwhelming influence and control of technology.
Definitely can't disagree with that. And they'll think, the greater good, we're the righteous ones. I mean, I kind of do that today with the boomers. Are you a boomer or a Gen X, the X's?
I'm Gen X.
Cool. Yeah, I definitely do that with boomers. Like, I just don't, uh, I won't even get into it, but so yeah, if I'm doing it to them, why wouldn't the generation now do that to me when I'm trying to hold on for dear life and sell them out, right?
Right. And the limitations in the safety protocols that are utilized through MK Ultra, especially, that create safety protocols, segmented mind or compartmentalized mind, trigger reaction, word initiation to trigger reaction. They've already implanted through means of through the technology they're using, the ability to trigger emotional response and reaction from two generations just by conditioning. They can, like, where we fight against the ideal that we don't have freedom of speech. That doesn't seem to be an issue with the last couple generations. And that's like the whole concept of transhumanism, transgender. They don't have an issue with that. And when you start messing with the limitations that they have removed and the ones that they put in place, you're completely going diverse against what we believe to be fundamental rights, fundamental states of human as being, this is the way we should conduct ourselves or present ourselves, which is, generally reinforced by religions. But that's not that's not inherent in these new generations. So how do you take that problem on? I mean, they've got the jump on us, to my notion, and from my interaction with the last few generations, I've found more conflict in trying to even remotely open their ideals to a more uh, organic state.
Yeah, I've got a few things written down, so if someone wants to go ahead.
Well, I just want to go off of that point that you were saying about the different types of technology that the kids should learn how to build the computers themselves. And they're moving past the engineering mode to one of the digital mode. And pretty soon, when they upgrade to all the digital systems, it's going to be the programmers that are in charge. It's no longer going to be the engineers. And it's going to be more and more harder to build those digital systems because they're going to be relying on computer programs instead of based on the engineering. So as you said, it's going to create a layer above the problem. That creates another layer of technological necessity on top of it, where people can't build the systems back themselves. But yeah, what are you going to say, DeFreak?
Oh, well, you just brought up another thing there, but based on what you just said, the programmers are actually going to be AI at that point because there's no one
Right.
person that can know all those languages that are running the internet now. So you've got AI running those programs. So if that's the case, then you're talking about Skynet and Terminator, T3 kind of stuff. That's a whole other side effect of the whole Ted Kaczynski worldview. But what I was going to say before that was, it's not just the system that screws you, um, and your dignity as a human, as a child of God. It's innate in the flesh. The flesh itself always feels like it's getting screwed, and so based on that, I can tell you that everyone is suffering, and if there's anything that could make you feel good, just know that everyone else is suffering too. As far as freedom of speech goes, I believe freedom of speech is on the ballot this year. Literally, Kamala was booted from the 2020 campaign for saying she would outright ban Twitter and other social media. She didn't continue on after that statement was made in that one debate, and now she's been installed to possibly be president. And I'm telling the people right now, freedom of speech is on the ballot. Go ahead.
I think there's a lot more than just the freedom of speech that is in danger here. I think it's also freedom of expression without speech. Um, One implication of that is how, if you're looking at the world through a scry mirror, or you're a scry mirror jockey, you use technology, laptop, computer, smartphone. Um, your reality is no longer a reality that is coherent with the absence of organic life. So expression becomes uh, more abstract beyond that of which, it's like old Roman theater, or going to a play, or, you know, even childhood imagination, where you step on the pillows to keep from falling into the lava that's imaginary, the carpet being the lava. All that's going to be uh, skewed to the point where the human mind no longer finds that organic imagination process to be relevant to their development. And their development is now going to be almost a supercomputer type of imagination, and they're only going to be able to feed that need with technology. And where does development come in for the human then? Do they become, I know the last couple generations, like I said, they gave themselves over to the system and the machine. Um, is that to be sacrificed now? You know, what, no more theater, no more playwrights, no more, or is that just left to the select few that choose to, or that have been, I don't know, put in position to survive the technological genocide that's coming? And that's what I see coming, technological genocide. Useless eaters, useless breathers, we're all going to be eliminated.
You'll have freedom of expression. You'll only be able to express the narrative.
You think?
That's it, though.
See, that's frightening to me because I write music. Not only do I write music, I was a stage performer. I was in the entertainment industry. I would hate to think that there was no longer a human imaginative aspect of development and growth in that area, and that it's now handed over to a, like the Machine Live said, you know, people who don't even write programs. They just work with the fundamental interfacing, you know, push button society, push button. I mean, you know, there's no, building a computer used to be an art. When I built my first computers and installed my first operating systems, I felt, you know, amazing. And then I would tweak it with the latest technologies. Well, now all that's just already prepackaged, pre-programmed, and I would hate to think that we're going to be prepackaged and pre-programmed delivery of our entertainment, our expression, our ideals, and our concepts. But like I said, I think that we've already lost that war. I think we're just on our way out. We are on our way to a genocide extinction.
Not unless we find a new source of energy or something. But I mean, I kind of agree. It frightens me too. I mean, I think about my grandfather was at Normandy and Bastogne, and you know, what was it all for? You know, what was it all for? Like, it's like all that honor and nobility for what we're seeing now. It's disheartening, I guess you could say. You said something else I wanted to touch on too. Was I forgot though? Darn it. Go ahead.
Oh, the floor is open. I just, that was just a you know, a statement to be mirrored or soundboarded.
Yeah. If technology was alive, it would be a narcissist because all it seems to want to do is create more technology. Go ahead.
So, yeah, I still venture into the human and the psyche aspects of what we're capable of doing as a species, which is completely divergent from technology. Because I think that we are, in our own rights, artificial intelligence. We're biological computers. And we didn't even begin to touch the edge of what we are capable of as a species. And before we could reach that pinnacle or that zenith point of plateau where we could redevelop ourselves, we handed it over to the industrial revolutions that we've been through, and even this one now. And even with, you know, the looking back at the industrial revolutions, you have those with, those without, the development of a new state of social construct, and generally there's a kill off. Those that those that comply and those that don't, and I see, especially from what we're reading here as text, and his motive or his reasoning was he seen back then, if he would have approached it in a different way, might have sparked an ideal that could have potentially led to people being more restrained for the development of technology. But because he was demonized in his actions, he kind of fed into the agenda and showed them that, you know, human motivation towards the advancement of technology is evil.
Who are you talking about?
Kaczynski.
Okay.
I think if he would have taken a different approach and tried to maybe inform people through maybe lectures, maybe applied himself more strategically in the field of technology to kind of like the bullshit that Elon Musk is presenting. AI is going to be our inevitable end, and Hawking saying AI is going to be our inevitable end. That's kind of a joking statement that's thrown out there to the new generations. They don't see that. But I think if that would have been planted into the minds of those who were developing, such as myself, I learned at a very early stage writing, building computers, writing programs, and doing what I'd done, that this was detrimental to society. And before I could even approach it with some type of resistance and apply the humanism and the human aspect to it, it had taken its hold. So
you know that band Rush? I think they're the rock band, Canadian, back in the 80s. They talk about the gilded age of music. Can't remember the name of that song, but what you were just talking about kind of reminds me of that song. Another thing Kaczynski talks about a lot here lately in the last few points that he made is the docile population, the docification of the population. And I mean, he's almost got it down to the day, the year, the day, the exact timing of what we're seeing right now. And that, in terms of the domestication of the human population, especially the males who are usually more resistant to, bullshit, that's being eroded daily, like by the second almost. And he was dead on by that. And what he said is right, because without that, a lot of this stuff doesn't advance at all, but it is advancing. Go ahead.
One concept that I took on and introduced on the last live I done was that people delivered themselves over every facet of themselves into server farms, and which became the algorithms, and then you had processor speeds that just are mind-boggling. And it basically took the whole sum and total of world thought and condition as retrievable information, and it uses it in ways that can be manipulative, beneficial, or destructive. And the only reproach that I had to even dealing with such a monster was the white room effect. if there's no information being fed in and nothing for it to react to, then it has to feed on itself. And if there's no information for it to feed on that it has retrievable within itself, it has nowhere to go. And I think that is probably one of our best defenses that we have available to us. Kind of synchronicity there. Everything went dead silent. And that is the defense that you would have to take to even begin to confront the effects of machine learning algorithms and the potential for AI. Silence. The more you say, the more you reveal, the more it can use everything that it's received as information against you, for you, or however it chooses. It will react accordingly to its directive.
Yeah, the freak is rebooting his laptop apparently.
Uh-oh. We done pissed the algorithm off.
I mean, he had problems earlier, and it looks like TML has crashed as well. Maybe.
That's nothing new in my arena.
It's nothing new for him either.
Yeah, I imagine eventually they'll just put a gag order on us completely.
Yeah, sorry about that. My thing is totally freezing at this point. But yeah, we're gonna move back on over to Kaczynski here. But I have to load it back up. Thank you guys so much.
Sorry for the intrusion. I have a dog in this fight.
No, it's all good. No, I appreciate your passion for that, and also DeFreak. Yeah, blessings.
We all
Absolutely.
do have our part in it eventually.
Yeah, especially some of the predictions he makes here. I mean, they're very, very compelling, and go to some of the heart of the matter here. I think it's hard for people to deny some of these last passages here. So yeah, definitely, this goes to some of the real messages he wants to get through, and then he develops on ideology. What alternative ideology can be developed to supplant the present system? But yeah, thank you guys so much.
But the statement that the people of such a society will have to be docile may require qualification. The society may find competitiveness useful, provided that ways are found of directing competitiveness into channels that serve the needs of the system. We can imagine a future society in which there is an endless competition for positions of prestige and power, but no more than a very few will ever reach the top, where the only real power is. Very repellent is a society in which a person can satisfy his need for power only by pushing large numbers of other people out of the way and depriving them of their opportunity for power. 176. One can envision scenarios that incorporate aspects of more than one of the possibilities that we have just discussed. For instance, it may be that machines will take over most of the work that is of real practical importance, but that human beings will be kept busy by being given relatively unimportant work. It has been suggested, for example, that a great development of the service industries might provide work for human beings. Thus, people would spend their time shining each other's shoes, driving each other around in taxicabs, making handicrafts for one another, waiting on each other's tables, etc. This seems to us a thoroughly contemptible way for the human race to end up, and we doubt that many people would find fulfilling lives in such pointless busy work. They would seek other dangerous outlets, drugs, crime, cults, hate groups, unless they were biologically or psychologically engineered to adapt them to such a way of life. 177. Needless to say, the scenarios outlined above do not exhaust all the possibilities. They only indicate the kinds of outcomes that seem to us most likely. But we can envision no plausible scenarios that are any more palatable than the ones we've just described. It is overwhelmingly probable that if the industrial technological system survives the next 40 to 100 years, it will by that time have developed certain general characteristics. Individuals, at least those of the bourgeois type, who are integrated into the system and make it run, and who therefore have all the power, will be more dependent than ever on large organizations. They will be more socialized than ever, and their physical and mental qualities, to a significant extent, possibly to a very great extent, will be those that are engineered into them rather than being the results of chance or of God's will or whatever. And whatever may be left of wild nature will be reduced to remnants preserved for scientific study and kept under the supervision and management of scientists. Hence, it will no longer be truly wild. In the long
Yeah, there we see that wild nature is seen as an antithesis to the technological system, although this may not be realistic, because of the nature of technology and also what we see in wild nature, but also the idea that most of nature will become an engineered product, including the human beings. That is basically the point of no return. So you already see that happening with certain invasive technologies. So if that truly becomes the case, then there's no real looking at wild nature as a counter ideal to the system. It will then just have to be, humanity in general, trying to preserve what is left of its own nature, right?
If I may,
Yeah.
the radical approach to resistance, and as detrimental as it would be to our society, would to be attack all sources of energy, electricity, and power, and restrain yourself from feeding any type of information any further into the algorithms of the server farms or the machine learning. And that's radical within itself. I mean, just the concept of people taking on that ideal of pull the plug and stay silent, which is completely against general human nature.
Yeah, I mean, it is a question of to what extent do you feed the algorithm? If it's going to be a system that's plotting against you, right, then you can't really tell what the plan is, right? So there's that aspect of things. There's also the aspect of things where systems can't really predict individual action or human behavior, right? So they can only predict long-term trends, and then small scale behaviors have to be assimilated into the greater picture. So there is that aspect of things that they just can't really, that they'll have to go around that anyways. So, there's both aspects to things, but the whole idea of, people, at one end limiting themselves, at another end separating themselves, at another end isolating themselves. If these are the only fixes, then I guess, people might want to look at more long-term solutions in terms of how do we optimize for freedom and control, right? But yeah.
Yeah, as long as as we feed the beast, which is what we're doing, and as long as we contribute to the acceleration of energy technologies, and higher levels of, CERN, the last time CERN powered up, that I remember, because I don't pay attention to CERN much anymore. I was more concerned with their energy usage. 13 tera electron volts. That's a massive amount of power. And I'm sure that they surpassed that. Now, when you're talking about a world governing system of computer control or algorithmic control or even server farm, the level of energy consumption has to be mind-boggling, but it has to be coming from somewhere. And that to me would be that to me would be a vulnerability that could be exploited. And but you would have to, you couldn't voice it. You couldn't. Everything's listening. Everything's watching. Your phones are listening. Your phones are watching. Your routers. Surveillance society. Moving stealthily in the world today is very difficult. And implicating something as large as pulling the plug, which is the only resolution that I see to, stopping the advancement of the inevitable. You're dealing with power sources that are 13 tera electron volts, and not to mention the qubit being the processor being powered by this. I mean, wow. How do you approach that? What would be your approach to that?
Well, I think that goes to some of his section on strategy, but really, most of that, as you said, like the approach to how we, people want to look at long-term solutions to these problems. Obviously, that's something that will not be able to be discussed much through obviously technological mediums, because to a certain extent you can't use technology to destroy technology, right? So there's that aspect of things, and that's why he's taken such a negative approach, that in order to really resolve or create parallel systems, you have to first, disrupt the current order of things because it's out of control, right? So there's all sorts of things, and I don't know if you guys could see this on screen. Are you guys seeing this on screen at all?
The text?
Yeah, the Kaczynski. Do you guys see it?
Yeah.
Man, yeah, for some reason it's not showing up on my screen at all. Yeah, so I don't know what that's about. But yeah. Let me. All right, I still can't see it.
Yeah, I've got the dead screen effect going on two devices right now.
Okay. Well, I think we're almost to paragraph 180. I'll play a little bit of this, but yeah, I can't see it at all for some reason, and for some reason I keep getting low Wi-Fi as well. So, yeah, that might be why it's not showing up on my screen. But yeah.
Long run, say a few centuries from now, it is likely that neither the human race nor any other important organisms will exist as we know them today.
So are you guys seeing that, or I can't, or am I just the only one who can't see it? Or
No,
It's
I'm in the
scrolling,
dark.
yeah, I can see it.
yeah, I can hear it, but I can't see it. Interesting. Okay.
It's really strange.
All right.
Because once you start modifying organisms through genetic engineering, There is no reason to stop at any particular point, so that modifications will probably continue until man and other organisms have been utterly transformed. 178. Whatever else may be the case, it is certain that technology is creating for human beings a new physical and social environment radically different from the spectrum of environments to which natural selection has adapted the human race physically and psychologically. If man is not adjusted to this new environment by being artificially re-engineered, then he will be adapted to it through a long and painful process of natural selection. The former is far more likely than the latter. 179. It would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences.
That's a famous line. Better to
Dun,
dump the
dun,
whole
dun.
system. Consequences. Oh my God. Okay, I don't know why, but my whole thing is crashing one more time. Can you guys see me?
Yeah, I can see it.
I've got the dead screen effect going. Even my chat is froze up on me.
Yeah, my shit's blacked out. So I'm going to go ahead and just come back in one last time. And I'm going to go ahead and throw on some videos and end this show because this keeps happening to me. But yeah, thank you guys.
One more with feeling.
Yeah. My StreamYard is totally crashing, freezing up, and so is my Wi-Fi. But yeah, I don't know what the deal is. For some reason, it's blinking on and off like black. I don't know what the deal is with that. But yeah, let me refresh my page and come back in, and I'll be right back, guys. Thank you, guys.
It's like his laptop is getting black-pilled by Kaczynski.
Yeah, I'm going to try and reset the second device to get some type of chat back because everything is.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit dicey of a situation in terms of the technical difficulties. But yeah, thank you guys so much for joining. I hate to disrupt this brilliant conversation. But yeah, it is around the time where I said I'd wrap it up around 7 to 9 hours is usually what we put in here. And then I just play videos anyways. So yeah, if you guys are watching, please watch the previous show as a supplement to this show. If you enjoyed the introductory presentation on the various themes that we're covering at the bottom there, mythos, logos, theos, mechanos, those architectonic terms, and we're relating those to the development of the mechanistic worldview, right? The mechanistic worldview, the ideology of science and progress, where now in the strategy section, Kaczynski is proposing that we develop a counter ideal, and he proposes that such a counter ideal is seen within the ideal of wild nature. So anyways, I really appreciate you guys for being here. We have another friend here.
Thank you, TML.
Yeah, what's going on?
Thank you for letting me have some time on your platform, man. I
Yeah,
appreciate it.
for sure. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, we're just closing it out here. JG, you got anything to tell these people?
I'm enjoying the show. Chilling on the beach. I'm feeling complete.
Hell yeah, that's what it's all about. Connecting with nature, yeah, for sure, and feeling.
I just came on to say some kook shit.
Yeah.
Just to get some laughs. I'm out of here.
For sure, homie. Thanks. Blessings. And yeah, how about you, Axis? You got anything to tell these people? I know you got a lot of wisdom. Thank you so much for joining. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's. Thank you for letting me have some time up here and.
For sure, anytime. Yeah,
as
anytime. Don't feel shy
undeveloping-
to click that link. Yeah, thank you so much.
as I'm developing, I'll share, and if I come across any uh, relevant information, I will not hesitate to click the link. My endeavors have kind of forked, and maybe we'll have a bit more interaction. But thanks to everyone in the chat, everyone on panel, and everyone who's participated and allowed me this time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, blessings. The man, the myth, Axis Rat Blood. And how about you, Reddington? What you got for him?
So all this talk with Kaczynski is making people's technology feel like it's being blackpilled.
Yeah, something's happening, especially with the StreamYard, and but we made it in good timing, so I think that's still a nice thing that we did there. And actually, there's not much of the show that'll be missing. Usually 7 to 8 hours in the show. I decide to end it anyways and then play old videos. So there's not been much that's been going on. But yeah, I'll play some music and we'll conclude the show here. And then, yeah, we'll get into some new avenues and themes in terms of technology. I want to look at some material with Pill Eater, but I'm not sure if he's busy or what he's up to. So if he doesn't show up, we will just go ahead and go down this trek alone, looking at Peter Thiel and Graeber, and also Stuart Brand and some of his work. But yeah, if we do run into Pill Eater, then we'll look at lots of ideas that relate to those two thinkers, and three actually I mentioned. But yeah, all of those concerned with redesigning modern systems, and we'll also look at technological slavery, the letters of Dr. Skrbina to Ted Kaczynski, and other items in the future. So we're going to expand on this topic quite a bit. But yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying our previous discussions. As I said earlier, we did a expansive commentary on the previous material, the work of Skolmowski, and we covered several issues relating to the theological speculations that try to tie the religious mode with the secular mode, and we sort of dismiss those, right? Because we're developing historical periods or epochs in which they're, cleaved apart, right? So, we're trying to dispel those myths of those ideas can be combined and, fostered, intellectually speaking, within the same, foreground or background. I think that is all just fanciful thinking, right? Fantastical thinking, fantasy, right? The move from scientism to spiritualism is one of those molds, right? Trying to create a one world religion and a one world monoculture and a technological elite. But yeah, thank you guys for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to see what forces impinge upon your freedom and to realize those factors that are outside of your control. And I really thank you guys for joining us here. And yeah, we'll be back on Saturday, it appears. But yeah, so Saturday night. Thank you. And I hope you guys appreciate the extra material that we've been drumming up here. We will be having plans to produce extra material, but we haven't had lots of engagement on these panels and with the other communities around. You'll notice our content is a little different than some of the other channels in the vicinity. And for our interests, we'll probably keep it that way. So yeah, we shall proceed. But yeah, thank you.
Executive order 11002. The reason you know me, but I don't know you. You really wanna know what crime is? Let me show you. Keep it in mind, this is just one point of view. Dry man's living in a third world country, fucked up but hungry without no money. Dry man's trying to adjust to the circumstance, missing more than one leg or more than one hand. Dry man's being chased off your land by a funny looking man in a suit that works for the bank. Dry man's what's happening to the ecosystem and the animals it feeds. It damage the trees, the rainforests that get destroyed annually. Damn, it's just me who cares about the air that we breathe. Dry man's the nuclear threat that we live with. One bomb and everybody's dead, that's some sick shit. Dry man's HIV statistics, the infected person that you might have sex with. Life goes on, but dry man's living with the afterthought that maybe you could have prevented it. Dry man's imminent, comes in other forms. It's sick pedophiles who support child porn. Never mind the offenders, think about what the victims go through, what the fuck they gotta live with. Dry man's the prince of population. Some belong there, but also some belong on probation. Dry man's not being able to change one thing, cause the system you live in says you ain't shit. Dry man's corporate scandal. Dry man's a handful of COs playing you for the damn fool. Dry man's being a millionaire, but you gotta recoup half the budget from your 10% share. Dry man's having one too many women, even though you always need to spare one swimming. Dry man's dealing with your jealous impulses, learning how to hold it all in with no emotion. Dry man's blind devotion. Dry man's having your deepest secrets exposed in the open. Dry man's having your heart broken, and the person who broke it doesn't even motherfucking notice. Dry man's trying to carry the burden all by yourself on your shoulders, and it don't exist. Dry man's being falsely accused. Dry man's the latest news. Dry man's what gives people clues. Dry man's a tool you can use to distract the enemy so they can never improve. Dry man's fear devils and fear God. Dry man's a long, hard tech support death job. Dry man's the life of an up-and-coming actor, rapper, athlete, or building contractor. Dry man's a rookie cop corner for backup. Three-strike perpetrator that's gang tatted up. Dry man's the spin zone of a politician. Dry man's K-Solo when he said the rhyme did it. Dry man's the struggle of change. Dry man's inevitable, there is no other way. Dry man's what drains life force out of you. Dry man's negative when drama can empower you. Dry man's love, dry man's pain. Drama exists in everything, every day. Dry man's the yin, dry man's the yang. Dry man's the innate nature of man. Drama contracts, drama expands.
My guns are bigger than the baby's arm. With agent arms like I was raised in arms. The bullets stay inside your brain like it's your favorite song. I don't give a fuck who they hit and they can raise your moms. I load the motherfucking clip and they like baby bombs. I see it as something beautiful when the metal fly. Around the way call me Lucifer, a hell of a guy. I'm a motherfucking veteran, I'm telling you why. Beat his head until there's red in them, I'm letting them die. Sitting of brotherly thugs, the home of filthy pimpin'. You ain't fucking around with Vinny Prince or Guilty Simpson. Unless you wanna be the target that we dump the clipping. I do the shit during the day, I like the gun to glisten. You were backwards, motherfucker, you run to prison. You think the big and lock remains in jail a fun position. You should kill yourself, rapper, and be stuck in the earth. To be honest, ain't no rapper that can fuck with you
The
first.
cats in the hood with a rep. Hustle through the AM when most men slept. In the waistline where the Roscoe's kept. I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step. I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step. We here to eat till there's no food left. In the waistline where the Roscoe's kept. I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step.
Fast and slow pace, my flow lace tracks, this cat a dope bass. And don't waste steps and go chase bras to no place. Mess the streets, impress the freaks. Him stressed for weeks, hoes left to meet a guest to cheat and test the sheet. Ripping shows from here to Britain, yo, I'm hitting hoes. Skipping those women that snip and blow and not getting dough. First degree, murder rhymes, disturb your mind like urban lines. The coke, only words are signs of Percy P. Amateurs know they can't stand with the pro. My Bronx Angeles flows, those damages, blow scandalous foes, better handle it, yo. I'm getting that ooze that are clipping black, spitting raps, hitting cats and kicking whack lyrics to bit and trap. My interviews, yeah, I send a few lines of diminished crews. Some introduce shit like been the rules. Go for the killer, still finish shoot. I'm so hot, you gotta close shop. You know not to open your spot. When I patrol blocks, you getting no props.
Brought the cats in the hood with a rep. Hustle through the AM when most men slept. In the waistline where the Roscoe's kept. I'm on edge, nigga, watch your step. I'm on edge, nigga, watch your step. We here to eat till there's no food left. In the waistline where the Roscoe's kept. I'm on edge, nigga, watch your step. 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 Guilty Simpson, damage beyond words, descriptions, rough verse inscriptions, roped by cutthroat, smoke in the alley where the young cats bust toast. Pinching pennies to pay up his truck note. My various techniques compare him to Jet Li. I chop with an AK and kick when it's payday. Let's see how many men must test me. Deadly would have been, let the rest be. Where face down in the playground, 6 feet deep in the sandbox. When my right hand cocks back on the hammer, you rest in peace. I pray on whack cats when I bless the beats. Like priests in the Vatican, heat rat-a-tat-a, then spray up the vehicle. Your homeboys traveling. Fuck the spots they brag about. You kick your front door in and drag them out. For the cats in the hood with a rep. Hustle through the AM when most men slept. In the waistline where the Roscoe's kept. I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step. I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step. We here to eat till there's no food left. In the waistline where the Roscoe's kept. I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step. 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 I'm on the edge, nigga, watch your step.
There is a hole in front of the shovel, shovel in front of the brawn. 6 billion gorillas for whom the graves yawn. Each with his mulish days to choose his tool of trade. Dueling blades that cue the cruel charade and fuel the flames. You would clue the crew into the civil. Just get the food and land like you the man and flew the coop over the pit bulls. Dash back, flash, hit a compassionate nano police who sat beneath an avalanche of jagged and inadequacies. And I would stop the violence more than I was Pontius Pilate. Cops and robbers riot by the fives of noxious sirens. A is gullible, he figure all men equal no-brainer. Take it as friends and neighbors didn't cater. Moms raised the babies to a very churchy 80s. Sunday mornings reinforce the waiting gates of Hades. And he brazen, but apparently inferno bound now. But when a man of cloth recite his wrongs, he wouldn't bow down. The punishment should fit the reasons you must punish him. Never puncture skin or pull the colored rugs from under them. Two opposing motherships shall not employ the gunners then, cause brotherhoods of public good do not employ the unctuous in the
came and went as fast as day and night. Among them, but while their career was short-lived, their lead vocalist was to become a legend.
Yo, I suffered a lot of setbacks. I accept that and I still had a will to win. They didn't expect that. You should have respect that. So the stupidness you talking, you will regret that. Get back, bitch, broadcast me. Live on the air. Brought to you from the corner street, I'm still here. And yeah, it's my son time. How did I end one? Nine times. I keep my mind structured so I can think above and beyond. Stay strong and live on. Come on, you see me in these streets. Do I look sweet? Do I look like I'm easy to defeat? Do I look weak? Or do I look like if I fall off, I wouldn't land on my feet? Paint my picture with a legendary gangster step. And only think of me as you think of a gangster's rap. It's on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation Don't Stop Now. Don't stop, get it, on this motherfucker down. First family is on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation Don't Stop Now. Don't stop, get it, on this motherfucker down. You know, 51 nigga, bring that noise. I keep it jumping. All night, thumping, all night, until pumping. Alright, so I'ma speak on it. I watch niggas free fall. No release on your album, but to recall. We roll prime time for you niggas with them SUV rhymes. Climb over niggas. Isn't this amazing the way that we came through? Blazing without radio, hell raising. These rap news think they fooling me. Posted up in the club with that 10-carat jewelry. Baby, lace your Jeep with rims. I'ma stack mine and lace 5 feet with Tim's. Just remember the names. Billy Dan's and Fame. Two of the illest niggas in the game. Come on, niggas on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation Don't Stop Now. Don't stop, get it, burn this motherfucker down. First family is on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation Don't Stop Now. Don't stop, get it, burn this motherfucker down. Yeah, we still post up on the front line whenever it's crunch time. Whichever one of you cocksuckers want mine. Talk to them, I ain't gotta tell them nothing. They already know that the family ain't frontin'. See, there's no complications with confrontations. My congregation is facing some strange situations. The greatest of all time. Loyalty, first family. Loyalty, yeah, we still here. Brace yourself for the ultimate rare. Bird dog and busy, what was in your atmosphere? And Giuliani said he telling us put down the guns, but I'ma do Diallo for at least 41. I'm immune to crime, equipped with nines. Po, goddamn, I'ma stick to mine. It's the way. That's right. Showing up, they gon' need more than the cops, cause the streets is so rough. Family is on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation Don't Stop Now. Don't stop, get it, burn this motherfucker down. First family is on top now. Representing the industry locked down. Operation Don't Stop Now. Don't stop, get it, burn this motherfucker down.
Groups came and went as fast as day and night. Among them, while their career was short-lived, their lead vocalist was to become a legend.
Executionist, y'all know the name. Stabbing the track with both hands. Executionist, y'all know the name. Executionist, y'all know the name. Stabbing the track with both hands. Executionist, y'all know the name. You out there? This is masterful, classical, material wax, imperial tactics. Black shit, I master trap, stack, collab backwards. All area access passes without practice. Hit them, then I'ma shit on them and spit on them and send faxes. Maximum amount, not the minimal. The orator rock, chop like Florida Seminole. Subliminal rap switch, make criminals act bitch. Instrumental in creating the most pinnacle rap shit. Got Tony Braxton looking women collapsing. My beats get feet to stepping like fast acting to acting. Dominant X-Men conference like Pac-10. Backslap, whack rap actors to get a reaction. My venom rips, cinemas up, then I'm a wreck shit. Then I'm a flip, administer hits on this next shit. DJs collect hits from them to hit the exit at they shows. The front row usually can get hectic. The X shit. Y'all know the name. Executionist, stabbing the track with both hands together. The four, you out there? Executionist, y'all know the name. Stabbing the track with both hands together. The four, forever gonna win. Yeah. Check it. You wanna get to my level, but you don't hustle enough. Any attempts on touching my stuff and I'm fucking you up. I'm sick of weak shit winning, nigga. Your rhymes ain't rocking. The good life is a bitch. Seem like everybody cock blocking. The shot clock is running out, letting out the police. I crack the teeth of any nigga with beef. Masterpiece, execution is naturally. Any problems come to Los Angeles and ask for me.
Yo, catastrophe, none can match me. Naturally nasty, manually smash your faculty. Verbal assault and battery. Sporadically blast on the capacity crowd and cause casualties. Street savvy, niggas blast me out the navvy. Groupie chick wish she can have me. XZ in back of me, hit like a daiquiri. Accurately, you don't grab me, your skills still latchkey.
Y'all know the name. Execution is stabbing the track with both hands together. The four. You out there? Execution is stabbing the track. The track.
Yo, I got my man Rock Raider on the Rob Swift, where you at, son? What? Sinister, make him. Now we ready to go. Last but not least, Total Eclipse. What you don't know? I got a question. Who could see it? I don't know. But whenever I play, you know the skills gon' flow. Shit, we mastered defeat. You can't bring us. What? Y'all couldn't grab if y'all was doing that shit with 8 fingers. Come on, Black. We in the Hall of Fame. Got your picture in our crib on the wall of shame. I expect them C's to wanna murder me. Cause when we open up and start cutting, you wish you was in surgery. You see the X? Hardly. Here's some orphans, nigga. Take your ass back to doing party. You better off with somebody shooting you. And change your name to DJ I Got Beat by the Executioner.
Y'all know the name. Execution is stabbing the track with both hands together. The four. You out there? 50,000 in the
We getting knots like stockbrokers who won't Marriott's. Blast shots for all my niggas who splash cops. The rich Corleone campus here, 1001 corner, son. Fake a jack, you be a goner. Yo, controllers rap like Napoleon, half Mongolian. Hold it, you owe me in. Rock 'em like linoleum, yeah. Lex, diamond, shining like you rhyming 929. Titanium glass, time to play that ass. Whirlwinds of French, come moving intense. Time to pull again, release the shell well. Make them yell again, so sleep. But I'ma be maxing the sweets, counting your paper and counting your sheets, hitting your chicken jeeps. Miraculously attacking faculty who wanna tackle me. Your Jack Mac kidnapping for free. What? You got heat, you better pop those. We moving like Gestapos through underground potholes to rock those. Much land discoveries, chrome rims, sipping bubbly, who living lovely. Half a brick to cover me, so dissing me. Come on now, listen G, use a dime, I'm a key gun straight out of Sicily. Now back to the stash crib. Joey crack bagging up cracks. One love, getting cheap backs, getting knots like stockbrokers who won't Marriott's. Blast shots for all my niggas who splash cops. The rich Corleone campus here, 1001 corner thun. Fake a jack,
one fight, copy the infamous who leaves the witnesses. Cracks the wicked. Run up in your crib, blast your kids. Ain't no mything in shit's official. I pistol whip you with my spiritual blessing. Cause my obsession with sending rappers to heaven just be in the rushing. You need protection from the smooth assassin who really moves with action, blasting motherfuckers execution fashion. Now who's the fat one that you love to hate? Catch you at your mother's weight, smack you then I rack you with my subtrade. It doesn't take much to make me restless. Look at my face and death and lose depression and truck up my face's lessons. To war test this severely, I make one call, I have the hobo coming on the ferry. I'm very dangerous and well connected. I'm buffing out with method and try to decide who's left the feeling senseless. So respected and admired, the boss retired, you lost. Wu-Tang and Terror Squad, vaya con Dios.
Like stockbrokers who won't Marriott's. Blast shots for all my niggas who splash got. Rich Corleone campus here, 1001 corner thumb. Fake a jack, we be the border.
You guys despise guys like us, discuss like Spartacus. You Gus, they play the bus. You lust for a part of us, you lust but can't touch. Plus we far from any type of fellas you can trust. Put the pressure on them like a bench press to your chest. Sound like sweat on my back when having sex. Tight ass flex, pretty Pocahontas, pussy sweet like Mono Tech. Sis got curves like a GS 300 Lex. body's 95% alcohol, 5% cancer. Source of diamonds, Danny Lucci, blaze it up like Bonanza. Catch me in the cut, easy Jesus burning my gut as I remember my menage a trois reminded by sluts. I quest them off your heart, punctuate your fate. All your version predicates done as well as you pronunciate. In the wet, we're gonna break you off the aisle. Take CO's hostage, A-Rap style, no surrender.
Get knots like stockbrokers who won't marry us. Blast shots for all my niggas who splash out. Rich rolling on campus here. 1001 corner third, fake a jack, nigga, you're going up.
Yeah, I'm all about business and enterprise and advising financial advisors on franchising to widen their horizons. Revising ideas with masterminders, moving on the stash with diamonds. First we get the cash, then we laugh like miners. Don't get me wrong, I'm a funny bastard, but when it comes to money done, I'm not the one to laugh with. I'm after for what cash could bring me, brothers. Me and my demon lovers blasting, laughing hyenas back to ringling brothers. Believe the mothers, you the best jester. Still, I'm investing mills on a hunch over lunch, puffing on the Chesterfield. Rewind, test the real scandalous. I'm at the Sands in Los Angeles, planning hits with an animist philanthropist. Spanish kids, post the guard like evangelists, chopping niggas up and making sandwiches.
Knots like stockbrokers who won't marry us. Blast shots for all my niggas who splash out. Rich rolling on campus here. 1001 corner third, fake a jack, nigga, you're going up.
Yo, the saga begins. Begin war. I'll draw first blood, be the first to set it off. My cause, tap all jaws, lay down laws. We take away swords, we do jokes, rust the doors. Here come the D's, trying to make breeze, the guns toss. In full force, the team will go at your main source. My non-Taurus, hit bosses and take hostage. Your whole setup, from the ground up, we lock shit. Blood flood your eye, fuck up your optics. Switch to kill instincts for niggas pop shit. Your nigga know it was the topic. 9 pound, we rocked it. 96 strike back with more hot shit. Illuminate, my team will glow like radiation with no time for patient or complication. Let's get it done right, my click airtight. Trapped in the never-ending gunfights, so niggas lose stripes and lose life. Jail niggas sending kites to the street over some beef that wasn't fully cooked. Finish them off, well done me. Then said 22 slug to your head. Travel all the way down to LA.
And yo, it's hell on earth. Who's next are gonna be first? The project's is front line, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you. It's right in front of your eye. And yo, it's hell on earth. Who's next are gonna be first? The project is front line, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, yo, it's right in front of your eye. We rep the QBC, nigga rep yours, it's all love. Millie stack bound, heavily guarded by hollow tip slug. Then crack down and wanna be thugs. Adapt the gas sound and bow down. Slow the fuck up, see how I found now? Articulate, hitting body parts to start shifting shit. Never hesitate, it's the rap game unlimited. Sign my roster, we can do this. Forever infinite, then reminisce. 20 years later, how we was getting it. Either with me, go against the grain, you better hit me. Legging me, you're robbing me. Niggas better body me, cause it's a small world. The niggas talking like bitches. Bitches singing like snitches. Pointing you out in bitches. Cause she rep the QBC faithfully. Player hating me. All that bullshit, it's just making me more the better. The concentrate on getting cheddar. Your shorty set you up, you better dead her. I told you, shape and mold you. stun you, then I hold you like a pimp mind control you. Double edge blow you, handle B.I. like I'm supposed to. The click is coastal, international, you local. Bacardi mix, physically fixed. Hit you with shit that'll leave a loose nigga stiff, properly fixed. Son, I solved them, pulled them in my world and involved them in chaos. Walk the beat like around the wake house. The app is pissed out. QB City dog, fall apart 3. Gotti Gambino and Ty Nitty. Scarface, rest in peace. Who's next are gonna be first? The project is frontline, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, hey yo, it's right in front of your eyes. Hell on earth, who's next are gonna be first? The project is frontline, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, hey yo, it's right in front of your eyes.
Yo, the heavy metal king hold big shit with spare clips. You see clips when the max spit, your top got split. Laying dead with open eyes, close his eyelids. Turn off his light, switch to darkness. It's deep enough, it's a street life. Blood on my kick, shit on my knife. Use the wild child, kick will turn the men into mice. I was born to take power, leave my mark on this planet. The phantom of crime rap, niggas left stranded. Shut down your operation, close for business. Leave a foul taste in your mouth like Guinness. POW niggas is found, MIA. We move like special forces, Green Beret. Heavily around my throat, I don't claim shit brand new. Back in 89 the same way. The guard P, walk with a limp, see. But simply to simplify shit, no man can go against me. Test me, you must be bent, G. Don't tempt me, I had this full clip for so long, it needs to empty. The reason why I full for so long, cause I don't waste it. You properly hit, blood in your mouth so you can taste it. Quiet is kept, I lay back and watch the world spin. I hear thugs claiming that they gonna rob them all when they see us. I tell you what, black, here's the issue, it's a package deal. You rob me, you take dismissals along with that. I ain't the average cat, fuck rap. I'm tryna make cream and that's that. Whatever it takes, I they got to go down. 4 mics on stage, a motherfucking 4 pound. Speakers leaking out sound and niggas leaking on the ground. I could truly care less, the guard gon' get his regardless, blow for blow. Let's find out who hit hardest. This rap artist used to be a stick up artist. Stick up artist. Sometimes I test myself, see if I still got it. Alive niggas stay on point, never disregard shit or forget the essence from which I emerged. PS6 to say that bullshit for the birds, nigga. Live up to my words. If I got beef, niggas coming in herds. Nigga, we flush through your clique, get purged.
In the tongues of men and of angels, but have not love. I am a noisy gong or a clanging cymbal. And if I have prophetic powers, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have all faith, so as to remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. If I give away all I have, and if I deliver up my body to be burned, but have not love, I gain nothing. Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. It does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. Love bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never ends.
1 Corinthians, verse 13. versus 1 to 13. I think wow, that was great. I like that one. What's up, Jack? How's it going, bro? How's it
Dude,
going?
blessed. I truly feel blessed, and I was glad to see you going. Your words,
Yeah.
your energy, it's beautiful, man.
Yeah, I'm feeling it, man. I mean, I got to fill up the Talcott experience, not the Joe Rogan experience, the Talcott, man. I had a lot of fun, bro. I had a great day at class that day and just laughing, thinking about what we talked about, the characters, and also got a little verklempt at times about thinking about, like, just life, bro.
Hey,
Yeah.
life is meant to be fun. I mean,
Yeah.
it can be serious, and it is serious, but it can be fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm glad you swung by. You are welcome to return if you can.
Appreciate it. I will be there. I will be there. Yeah. Now you got me getting up at because 4 a.m. is when you go live, my time. So like my internal clock, it's like you're my alarm clock now. Jack's going on. Yeah, Jack's going on, man.
You're somewhere else. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I've always been somewhere else though, Jack. You know what that is, right? Yeah, maybe you haven't, bro.
Hey, I was lost, but now I am found.
Yeah.
Those words, man. Holy cow.
Yeah. Absolutely, man.
And the topic of love.
Mm-hmm.
It's an important one.
Yeah.
And that love your enemies, love the unforgivable. The rewards we feel once we can do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, they don't stop. They don't stop once you can do that. Yeah. It ain't easy for me to get there. Like, I've been tested, bro, the last few days. Mostly online. Yeah.
Okay. Online helped me a lot over the last couple of years.
We got glitched out for a second. He's in perpetual suspended in time. Yeah, that's how serious this love thing is. They got us glitching out. Let me see. Let me get him back up. Okay, he'll be back. He'll be back. There he is, right there. We glitched out. This love thing is serious, man. Yeah.
I disappeared, man.
Yeah. Came up the love hall.
Oh, hey, this online experience, man, it allowed me to study human behavior.
Mm-hmm.
It also allowed me to learn about myself, overcome some triggers, and grow in my own emotional maturity.
Yeah. Because I mean, before I started going online, was it like 2013, 2012? Like on panels, before there was panels, and there was Blog Talk Radio, Talk Shoe, some ancient stuff. Like, I didn't really have conflicts with people that much. I was always the guy that's like, oh, that's Gabriel. He's cool. He's like chill. He's chill, which I am, but it doesn't mean my mind wasn't still turning. When people around me, my acquaintances and friends would say stuff to me, but I would probably just eat it, But now, fuck that. It's like it's hard to be quiet, Yeah. Yeah. But I have got things to say. Yes. Yes. Yeah. It's commendable what you do just on here. How you take it. You take it, but then you give it back though in your own Talcottian way. Yeah.
I'm trying, I swear, my goal is peace. I used to think I have evidence that proves I was good at it. I was good at negotiating. a good mediator.
Yeah.
People haven't trusted me for several years now.
Mm. Did you find it weird because being I was on the other end. I was a member, not in the not elected member or anything, but I was a worker for the local food clerks. Yeah, and it's kind of like I would imagine a union rep, it's like a what do you call it? A like how a human resource person might feel, like caught in the middle sometimes. Did you feel like that, or were you more just towards the work? Of course, the workers are who you advocate for, right? So, but still, though, you still have to do business with in negotiation with the big boys, right? How was that?
It was interesting because some of the employees, they piss me off worse than the bosses.
Yeah,
because they just want to complain and whine, and I'm like, if you got a real problem, let me help you. But if you just want to complain, fucking grow up. But the other side of that, I had a reputation because I'd get loud. If the bosses were wrong, I'd make sure they knew what was right. But hey, Machine Lies.
Yeah, with Machine Lies, proper production.
Amen.
Our brother, the Machine Lies. How's it going, my friend? Good. he's miking up, yeah. He reminded me just by the way he greets people and treats people, like, bro, yeah, these people are our friends. Yes. Like I do that at school all the time now. You guys are making an impression on me in a good way. It's good. Yeah. I know Machine Lies was saying that Hildegard is his spiritual father, huh? Yeah,
Greetings.
that's it.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, brother. Yeah,
hey,
good to have you.
Hey, greetings.
It's all good. Yeah, it's all good, bro. The gang's all here, man. What's up with Hildegard, bro?
Yeah, Kierkegaard.
Kierkegaard, excuse me. Thank you. Yeah.
Kierkegaard.
That's my unique.
Yeah,
Kierkegaard.
Yeah, Soren Kierkegaard. It's one of the most badass names in all of philosophy. As my original philosophy teacher said, he said, that if he could change his name to any name, it would be Soren.
Soren, yeah.
Yeah, he said that's a badass name for a man. Yeah.
That is a badass name. Now, he was 34 when he made his most famous writing, right? Around that age, his early 30s. Like that, yeah.
Yeah.
So yes.
Yeah, he was a very controversial writer, and he really dismantled the thoughts of Hegel. He really repudiated Hegelian philosophy and all that type of stuff. And he's the real father of existentialism. And his book Fear and Trembling, that's one of the greatest philosophy books in terms of it's unique that it talks about the faith of Abraham. Yeah. And his self-sacrifice.
Yeah.
And all that type of stuff.
So that could have been where he got, his ideas on love too, using that. I mean, I'm sure other stories, but particularly that Abraham story, which is
100%. Yeah, he compares the night of love to the night of faith. And he says that the night of love is the one that seeks infinite resignation in what he loves. But the night of faith has to return back to the world after having sacrificed what he loves.
Yeah.
So it's this beautiful thing that he talks about how faith is much higher than love. The faith is a higher spirit than love. But it includes love within itself. So yeah, it's a beautiful, one of the most beautiful writings ever. Fear and Trembling by Soren Kierkegaard. I forced my baby brother to read it. He's like 18 years old, and I forced him to read the entire book. And he said, he said the thoughts are so complex. I don't think I understand.
Mhm.
And I told him what I just told you guys, and much
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
When my friend died, he died Christmas Eve, and he sent me a text about a book. He bought for Christmas. 2 copies of a book called Soren Kierkegaard, The Philosopher of the Heart. It's the last text he ever sent me.
Oh, mashallah, man.
Yeah, and he said, here's a book. I just bought this book on Kierkegaard. Amazon accidentally sent me 2 copies. And I guess he said, once for you, Merry Christmas.
Uh-huh.
I can't wait to read it with you. And he died in a car accident. Real talk.
I'm so sorry, man, for your loss, but
Oh yeah.
But bro, the gift he gave you, though, that's speechless. I'm speechless, bro. Yeah. You know?
There's a connection and a pattern there. Kierkegaard and love, the inspiration, TML's testimony with that connection to his loved one. MPC, you're talking about how there's friends here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the true, you mentioned the true blessing of the machine lives, his knowledge, his depth of wisdom that he shares, and the aspect of these philosophers. What a gift, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, brother Talcott. Game recognized game. It's just that we appreciate the same line of thinking, same line of truth. So you realize the same things that I do. There's nothing brilliant about what I say at all. Definitely, but yeah, blessings, guys. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Nonetheless, I appreciate you guys. I'm here for you guys.
Absolutely, bro. Yeah.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
sorry, I noticed it when Machine Wise talks and when I talk. We're getting an echo back from you.
Somebody echo. Okay, let me see.
You got a little bit of that. Yep, it's all good though.
Oh my god. Let me figure this out real quick. It was doing this the other day. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's not a big deal, but
no, I don't like that. I don't like it. Let me fix it. Take myself away.
All right.
Let me see. Oh, I think I like. I'm such a deaf, not deaf in a cool way. I put my headphones volume up so high. That could be it. Coming through the thing. Is it still there? Is that better?
Hold on. I don't hear myself. It may have been something as simple as that.
Yeah, that probably was it. Yeah.
That's funny.
I like to blast my music, bro. That's why I make these videos. As like, it's fun to stream and all, and make videos, but it's an excuse for me to listen to music when I make a music video intro. Yeah, that one made a lot to me. That was like basically leading up. I don't know if you guys saw it. I'll play it again at the end of the show, the outro. It's like leading up to like when I met my wife. Like a lot of because I used to film everything, and all my friends. Speaking of friends, all my friends and experiences from like 2012 up until like now. And then when I met my wife back then, like before that, I was dating some other girls, hanging out with other girls and stuff. And so, but like the song I played in the beginning, it was Days Go By and Still I Think of You. You can be in love with somebody, but there's days when you think about your old friends or your exes and stuff. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, it's wild. It's my wife's birthday today. 9/9.
Wow.
So yeah, it's interesting.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, it's interesting that I took mushrooms today. And I've been just thinking about a lot of things, and I just had a 2-hour conversation, with my wife, and about life and a lot of things. And
was she there?
one day, it'll be unveiled, our love story. because it's a fucking hellish tale full of confusion, errors, crazy, passionate shit, wild stuff that we can't even put out there right now because it's just too wild. You know what I mean? But yeah, one day, you guys will see that like it's been, the crazy things that this man be doing for love. It's some wild shit. Some wild shit.
Yeah. I mean, happy birthday to her, man. It's the Virgo maiden, bro. Miss Machine Lines, man. Yeah. She must be every strong men have a strong woman behind them or beside them, in front of them, wherever. She's there. She's there. Yeah, it's a testament because people have enemies, allies, and stuff like that. Like people in between, people more ambiguous in this panel verse that we stay in sometimes. Yet when somebody could talk about another person and still say some positive things when they're not around, I think that's a bonus. And you came up, Machine. I don't know if you heard it, like when I was talking to Tommy, I think on my last broadcast or something like that. And we were talking about marriage and whatnot, because that's my life, big part of my life. And he was referring to because you're the only other person I know that's married in the panelverse. And he was like, yeah, this, he said he's gone through stuff with his wife and stuff, but that's a testimony that he still brings it up and talks about it. So he was saying in his mind, he thinks that, this is the real deal, And I thought that was interesting that he said that with all the other stuff going on and whatnot. So yeah, he was giving you guys props, with that. So I don't know what he's doing in the chat right now. Let me see, but he definitely was giving you guys props, your relationship. Oh, this is what Tommy. Shout out to Station 33. I'm re-uploading Jacking Off Antichrist panel tart tonight. Okay. Yeah. 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 Him and Hank has some stuff. What is this? Okay. Hank and Machine Light. Okay. Too close to Talcott. Talcott, why do people hate you so much? Some people. That's a weird question. That's fucking rude. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
No, it's a great question that I'm trying to figure out myself. Yeah. I got theories. What I'm trying to remember the words from the book. They don't hate. They hated Christ before they hated me, and I do my best to align with him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And my words and my story, they confuse people, especially those who don't pay attention.
Yeah.
And the egoic mind is tricky. It's convinced a lot of people that they know things about me that they don't actually know.
Mm-hmm.
Tommy's one of those.
Yeah.
He's a great guy. I love him. And I hope he can remember. I hope he gives me another chance so that we can be friends again.
Yeah. Hey man, that's true. That's real love. I think you mean it too. It sounds like you mean it. Yeah.
I do, but boy, he was triggered at me yesterday, man, yelling and screaming, veins popping out of his head.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a big deal to some people, the panelverse, right? So it's I got a lot of stuff in my life, but I'm trying to think of things I would get that angry about. Yeah.
I've gotten angry online. There's plenty of evidence of angry Cot coming out, yelling at people. He's yelling because he cares.
Yeah.
But the other thing too is the life people know means a lot to them. And that includes the life online that some of these people have created.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
it means a lot to him.
Yeah. Yeah. Was it ever a time on this? Because he's always referring to 2 years of this. Was there ever a time when people were more kumbaya?
No. No.
He said no. Machine, you have 2 years, right? It's been 2 years.
Yeah.
I think so. 2 years.
Yeah, I'm looking
No
for this Kierkegaard quote, and
Okay.
I found it. You know, it's
Okay,
excellent.
hit it.
You know,
Hit
it
it.
says,
Hit it.
yeah, it says, for he who always hopes for the best becomes old, deceived by life.
Mhm.
And he who is always prepared for the worst becomes old prematurely. But he who has faith retains eternal youth.
Mm. Fucking preach. Teach.
Faith is the fountain of eternal youth. The heart is a
Teach,
philosopher's stone.
Yeah.
So
That's
that's
what it really
taking,
is.
Spin fire. Yeah.
and it's taking faith beyond hope. Right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We used to say, my teacher used to say, hope is dope.
Yeah, faith is hopeless.
Runs out. Yeah.
Hopelessly in love.
Hopelessly. What's that? Olivia Newton-John, Jack? Like Grease, hopelessly devoted to you. But she lies to me. I don't know if you were even born by then. Like about Grease lightning. Yeah. Yeah. Now, what's faith though? If faith is the pinnacle top tier, you know, numero uno, how can we define faith? What can we
That's funny. That's funny you ask.
Yeah.
I have a precise definition that I've offered.
Of course you do.
Give me a second, and let me get my book here, and I'll go
Yeah.
ahead and read what I wrote because it's not as perfect as just saying it. You know,
Mhm.
I can just say it, but you know, it has a lot to do with action. You know, but yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
read this. Give me a second, guys.
Okay. Yeah. Faith, man. Faith. Yeah, I had some people talk shit about it before. They're like, you can't have faith. And it's like, you gotta be confidence, bro. You gotta use even delusional confidence.
Mhm. Well, without hope, faith would be absent as well.
Mhm.
Because you must have hope to direct your faith. I think.
Hope is wanting you know, optimism, right? Extreme, like hoping for the
Yeah.
right. Yeah. It's
And
the
faith. What's that?
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, I can't remember the exact words, but faith is the trust, the confidence in things yet not yet seen, or the things that are unseen. But the way I use faith is you take the knowledge you know, and then you reason the best that you can, and have faith that you're right.
Yeah, that's enough to occupy your time. So, like before you know it probably worked out even better than you thought.
Right. Everything works out.
It does.
And you either got to change what you do or change your perspective.
Mm-hmm.
Or you celebrate.
Yeah, I got that one for you guys.
Hit it.
It says, faith is an inference to the best explanation after all the data comes in. Faith takes time to bring in all the data. Patience is a virtue and knowledge is a commercial. Knowledge is a mere advertisement for what should be done. Religious curses, a religion curses the intemperate who don't let God judge the final outcome and who go with either side on occasion and choose neither infamy or fame. We find these in the entrance to hell in Dante's Inferno. One cannot remain neutral on a moving train, but one must also remember that a hypocrite is worse than a non-believer.
Those are all
A hypocrite is worse than a non-believer. Right.
a lot of powerful ideas and thoughts there, man. Holy cows.
Yeah, this is like paragraph 174 in my book.
Well, that faith in the faith in the reasoned and explanations, that's similar to where my mind had gone. Take the knowledge you have, but you said knowledge is a commercial for the actions to be done. That's friggin' awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
like
faith takes patience, right?
Yeah, like
You
faith
said-
happens after knowledge.
Faith happens after knowledge. Okay.
You know, like knowledge is sandwiched in between two things, right? Sandwiched in between the desire to attain the knowledge, right, which is based on a faith and understanding of what one is to achieve. You know, once one does achieve the knowledge, right? So the whole goal of knowledge is actually ethics, right? So the road to knowledge is the ethical road, you know, and then and then the way down, you know, out of that, you know, is that, you know, you knowledge is infinite. You find out knowledge is infinite. You find you know, knowledge of your own ignorance through what you find out, and then you have to return to the world. That's faith.
And are you the one who I heard ethics are for the unsaintly?
Oh yeah.
Was
Yeah,
that
that's
you too?
Skolmowski. Yeah. Yeah.
Because building on where you were going, man, the knowledge leads to the ethics, if I followed that right.
Yes.
Holy cows. Wisdom
Ethics.
is light, man. Sorry.
Oh no, yeah, you're right. Ethics are moral principles, right? And so you're saying that if a person still has to use the moral principles to govern their behavior or activity, that that's someone that we need to like evolve from.
Potentially.
Yeah, I'll tell you what made you know, my friend sent me that book. You know, because I quoted Kierkegaard one day. You know, and he was shook by this quote, and he wanted me to send it back to him, and quote the exact pages where I got it from. You know, so it's concluding unscientific postscript. You know, Kierkegaard says, if someone who lives in the midst of Christianity enters with knowledge of the true idea of God, the house of God, the house of the true God, and prays, but prays in untruth. And if someone lives in an idolatrous land, but prays with all the passion of infinity, although his eyes resting upon the image of an idol, where then is more truth? The one prays in truth to God, though he is worshiping an idol. The other prays in untruth to the true God, and is therefore in truth worshiping an idol.
Well.
You know, so therefore a hypocrite is worse than a non-believer.
Wow.
Yeah. In Arabic, it's a kafir,
Kafir.
non-believer,
Yeah.
kafir. Yeah. So how would they? And they probably have no patience for hypocrites as well, right?
Yeah, I mean,
In Islam. Yeah.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that is what it says in the Quran. You know, it's definitely that people who are hypocrites, you know, that the people who don't believe in God, you know, that they'll still do good deeds and God will count their
Right.
good deeds. You know, but the hypocrites who do bad based off of pretending to do good, that they're worse. You know, they're worse than the kafirs.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe there's a segue that into because I did some we did this thing about the guy that you've heard the love language thing that was a big craze the last like 5
Oh, yeah.
years.
Yeah, I have that book
online
here.
and stuff. Yeah, it makes seems to make a lot of sense. But I didn't know it was made by a Southern Baptist pastor. You know, that whole thing. That surprised me, right? And in all of his years in counseling, people in his married couples in his congregation, and that's what came out of it. And you see how, like, you have it, and I've seen it, and a lot of it adds up to me. And you hear a lot of women, young women, talk about it, and the men too. Even they because if the women are on it and you're single, you gotta know, you gotta know what they're reading in their library, right? And like, it goes along with what you're saying about the unbelievers, even in their unbelief, if their heart is, doing godly things, they're still, I would say, doing God's work.
Yeah, let me show you guys something crazy. Like, because I went to my friend Mark's funeral.
Mhm.
And then somebody was saying, my name, Muhammad, and this guy came out of nowhere, right? This dude right here.
Transforming, yeah.
Yeah, Pastor Nathaniel. All right. He came out of nowhere and he said, "Oh my God, you're Muhammad. You're the one that Mark is always talking about. That we, philosophy and theology and all that shit." He had never met me, but he'd heard hundreds of conversations that me and this man had had. And he came rushing out just by hearing my name at his funeral. To introduce himself to me. This dude, Pastor Nathaniel. He is one of the deepest dudes I've met in life, for sure. He was the teacher of my friend Mark. Definitely deep thinker. He already knew all about Kierkegaard and all that type of stuff. It was wild. It shocked me.
Hey, Jack, could you imagine, like, you hear all these conversations, like, you never met Machine Lies, but me and you have known each other for years, like, like, we've been, communing and all that, like, studying the word and all that, and then I tell you about all our conversations, and then, like, years later, you see Machine Lies in the flesh, because, like, bro, you're hella unique looking too, in a good way. So it's like, I'd be like, fuck, this is like mythical narrative or something,
right?
Shit. Yeah. Yo, that's wild. Yeah.
Hey, on the love languages thing, it's really kind of interesting how many patterns have been identified and observed as far as the different personality traits or different behaviors that people demonstrate. And that's one of them. It's important actually to understand how people operate, because most people don't. They don't know. They don't even know how they function.
Yeah.
I
They
didn't.
don't. Yeah. Once you started to figure out, your life changed.
Oh, yeah. Transformed, dude. This is where I think my life may have a purpose in the testimony, because it's the same house, same car, same body, but I went from hell to heaven. Change in perspective, a transformation from within.
Real life Freaky Friday, man.
Well,
Transforming Faith Ministries. You gotta love the name. It's crazy.
Pastor Nathaniel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Transforming.
Have you talked to him since?
Oh yeah. Yeah, one day I went to his church service.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, one day.
How was that?
One day I attended his church service. I think it was a baby shower for his kid. So yeah, I talked to him. I said, I waited a little while to talk to him. Yeah.
It's a very auspicious day too. Celebrate.
Yeah.
Baby shower. Yeah. baptism is a sign, a ritual of like rebirth, right, and cleansing. You know, cleansing this faith. Because I'm glad we brought this up about you added did the add-on build machine about the faith component. Because I mean, yeah, I heard that word a lot, and and whatnot, but I haven't really held it close in a while. So this is going to be an interesting rest of the day and coming days. So that's definitely going to be on my radar. Yeah, faith. Yeah.
You've got a good awareness to you. You've done a lot of self work, haven't you? I can't remember. You've shared some of your story, and I can't remember the details of what I heard.
Yeah. There came a time about, I don't know, like 15 years ago, I was just hungry for knowledge, what I thought was knowledge, anything. Yeah. I just like would work, my job at, at the drugstore, I call it, at the supermarket, high-end Italian drugstore. And and I would just spend most of my money on rent and books and just reading anything spiritual. I started with Aristotle and the metaphysics, and then went on to the Mayan calendar, psychedelics, Hinduism, Buddhism, Islam. Not Sufi. Everyone goes Sufi Islam, but I straight went to Wahhabist, Saudi Arabia shit. But I've been all over, man, and I was just hungry, and it always came back to this, consciousness, awareness of awareness, and I think I hit the rock bottom of the rabbit hole for me when I hit non-duality, Advaita, one without a second, which I hear in when I read certain, like Machine Lines had that brother Esau on his live, and he was reading about like the passages where the cleric was talking about the manifestations of Allah and whatnot, and it totally reminded me of Veda about one without a second, and then it also reminded me of certain passages in the Bible, and
the passage is walam yalid walam yulad. It means that it neither begets nor is it begotten.
Yes. Yeah. Because I'm standing up now, and I feel like there's more now that I met you guys and some other people, and other things have been happening in my squish reality, called the squish reality, not digital. Like, I think there's another hole. There's another hole I'm about to go down, and I have faith now. I'm not going to be a chicken shit as much at all. Yeah. Faith, bro. I appreciate you guys for that.
Oh yeah, faith. Has less to do with hope and all those things, but it does have to do with love and courage and honor. Honor is linked with faith.
Right.
Oh God.
Honor, yeah.
It sure does. Dude, this is my testimony. Faith. There was a movie that came out some time ago. I can't remember. It might have been Angels and Demons. There's a line from the movie. The guy says he's dealing with the Catholic Church, and he says, "Faith is a gift I've not yet received." I quoted that to a pastor I met with near the end of my days of drinking. Faith is a gift I have not yet received. Faith is tied to courage, to love. Those things are tied to honesty. So faith is a gift I have in abundance, and it's tied directly to hopeful ideas that I've learned of and I've considered. That's actually why I'm online each day, is I want to share some hopeful ideas and maybe share around some faith.
Yeah, I've got a mantra for you guys.
What's that?
Drop it.
The wise man is without praise or blame. Those without honor are those without shame.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, there's
like
no
that.
denying the shame except from the one who's bearing it. Oh man.
Yeah. All I gotta say to add on that one is like my ex Andrea, bless her soul. She she would always say, "That's shameful." And that stuck with me, bro. I was like, damn, that's like the worst. The way she said it too, her Capricorn ass. Would say that shit like that's shameful. I was like, fuck, that's not good when you hear Dre say that.
Some
Yeah.
black magic into your
Yeah,
mind.
exactly. Suck
Hey.
with me, man. Yeah.
All right. So 15 years ago, you got this thirst and fire within you, and you
Right.
start down your path of truth, and it leads you to many philosophies. And did I understand it was about 12 years ago you and your lady met? Is that right?
Yeah, but yeah, around that time, yeah. 12, we got married. In Monterey, California. 17-mile drive in the canyons looking over the Pacific. Yeah.
All right. So early in this conversation or the stream, I thought I heard you say something about relationships. And so I'm assuming you had already been doing some reflection and work on yourself along with this thirst of knowledge. So when you entered your relationship, you were more whole. How does that?
Absolutely. Physically and mentally, because literally I was feeding my brain, getting pregnant, getting fat with spiritual knowledge and philosophies and whatnot. And in order to balance all that, I also got at that time of the best shape of my life because I did I started doing Bikram yoga, the hot yoga.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like 90 minutes in a room that's 100 degrees with 80% humidity. That'll really show you who you are. And you literally look in the mirror. You look in the mirror while you're doing it. And I did that. And that's where I met my wife. She was working at the front desk. Yeah. Yeah, she's working at the front desk. Just like the story. What was it, Rebecca? She gave the water to the right? To the homie that was working for the he need to help me out on that one. I need to assist, right? I think, and that's her name, Rebecca, right? Literally. And we met, and I probably wouldn't have found her if I wasn't at that spot because you get what you're ready for, right? The Most High gives you, right? And I was at a spot where I had come a long way in my narrative from where I used to be, especially with relationships too. And I met her, and it was like bliss. It was like for bliss. It was like I get this feeling. I never had this feeling where I was. I used to be kind of depressed at with my situations before I met her, and I would look forward to my dreams. You ever felt like that, guys? Like you look forward to going to sleep and dreaming rather than being awake, right? But that ended with me spending time with Becky, and it ended up where I couldn't tell if I was literally, I'm not joking, like asleep or awake, bro. It was surreal. People would come up to us and shit like, what's up with you guys? It's kind of strange. You guys are I don't know if they had the language, like spiritual language, like metaphysical, mystical thing, but they're like we're glowing or whatever when we go places. And it was like that for a long time, right? But then things happen, bro. Like life happens, man. And I wasn't done with my spiritual narrative and growing and whatnot. And even though I was blessed and found her and came a long way, I still wasn't done. And I got kind of complacent. Maybe we got complacent on things, and there was hard times. So I know what Brother Machine is. I feel for him when he talks about certain things in the relationship. But I'm happy he's getting better, right? And so that was crazy, and it led me to more philosophy and more spirituality. which literally we gave birth to a son 6 years ago, and then I'm here talking to y'all right now, and now we're about to go see Beetlejuice or something like that. I'm about to wrap it up in a second, but no, bro, I'm glad you said it because like I hold a lot of space for people. Not to toot my own horn, I've had over 200 lives in the last couple of years. It's just that this channel's new, and I'm happy to listen to people's story, but it's very rare people ask me about myself, and I appreciate you honoring the space and me by asking the question. Let me share, man.
Dude, I appreciate the share. It's kind of selfish of me. I wanted to get to know you better anyway. So
no, that's great. That's great. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah.
Now you said you're about to wrap up. You got plans with the family.
The wifey and the sons. My son's only day is where he has a full day of school, so we're about to get it in. Yeah.
Much love. Thank you for sharing the time with us. I'm gonna bounce out quick and thank the Machine Lies as well. That healthy relationship, brother. It sounds like congratulations. We're never done on that spiritual work, but we're all here today, and it's an honor. Blessings to you guys. Peace. Thank you.
Well, I love you, man. I love you, Machine. Yeah, man.
Yeah, for sure. I love you too, my friend. And I know we met for a greater purpose, especially the auspicious meeting. I still remember when I was going over Krishnamurti, and Houston Smith, so yeah, definitely, we got a lot of stuff to talk about and a lot of good vibes, so thank you so much for having me, brother. We'll talk soon. Thank you.
Absolutely, Machine. Yeah, and praise to you. Celebrate your wife and
thank you.
Enjoy that trip. Enjoy that trip, bro.
Yeah, thank you. Right. Yeah, I'll be going live in like 15 minutes, or so. I'm just reading a book or so, like for 3 hours or some shit. Yeah. But yeah, have a blessed night, guys. Yeah, thank you.
Appreciate you, bro. Peace. Yeah.
Machine Lies hates cross promotion, but I love cross promotion. Why spend the next 3 hours listening to him read a book when we're re-uploading tonight Jack Talcott Antichrist Panel Tard? We are going to show how Machine Lies and Hank, the most popular artist, are danger close to where Illumitami's dropping them bombs. But the loop is, it's all dated back to like UAE Squidbot. And I'm still telling Jack the same stuff. Machine Lies laughing like I'm not waiting for the clip he plans. I didn't know you were actually doing a live thing yesterday when I dropped in with those cross-promotional chats. I hate you, Jack Talcott. I do not love you. You are an Antichrist Panel Tard. You look stupid when you chat this stuff. You look stupid letting me WWE on you and saying I have the problem. Please play the clip, Machine Lies. I want this. Come back up. Come back up. Yeah. Our friend will host us. I want the clip. I want more.
Yeah, you need to, bro. I have to see this clip. But it's not going to be here because literally I'm already late and I'm not
right. I'm letting you go. I'm saying on your channel, these boys acting like I ain't here for this. Show me the clip and let's see what it is compared to what I'll say right now with you and Jack on a panel. Whenever you have the time, sir, check what's real.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It's a very spicy. It runs 2 hours 56. Yeah. You should review it for content. Peace.
No, wait. You motherfucker! Oh, I'm glad he didn't stay, man. Because I was about to say something too nice. We're not gonna give it to him. We're not gonna give it. No, that was wow. That worked out. Woo. I got my two brothers, brother Talcott and brother Machine Lies. The Machine Lies, bro. But however, sometimes our brothers don't get along with our friends, and at this point. Illumitami, I said it, chat. He's pretty much my best friend here in the Panelverse. It's just like, your bros like and your best friends not getting along. But the funny thing is, my bros knew my best friend before I did, right? Anyway, so you heard it first, folks. Or second, Illumitami, he's gonna drop it, the upload. Yeah, I'm glad he didn't say jacking off what he said earlier on the thing. Tonight, he's re-uploading the jacking off Antichrist paddle tard tonight, right? You see it. Greetings, Neutral Ground. Greetings, NPC. The machine lies in chat, right? Much love to the brothers. All right. Have a blessed day. You too, Brother Talcott. I love that, Brother Talcott. Again, going out of the chat. He ran because he don't want the clip. What the time you say? You got nothing, TML. Your enemies are hiding from me. When I ride on my enemies, Tupac. And little Tommy was in the chat earlier for check out my vlog. He was holding it down with On Code, right? In the chat. Clip it, ship it, stick it. These guys, bro. 9/11. Yeah. He doesn't have the time. I don't have the time, but I will. Let's set it up. Let's do it. This has been a love stream. And now you guys have to watch my love narrative to my wife. 7 minutes, hang in there. And my son. And to all the girls I've loved before who traveled in and out my door. I'm glad they came along. I dedicate this song to all the girls I've loved before. Peace. See you next time in the coming days. NPC the gang. Love somebody.
Still a whisper on my lips, a feeling at my fingertips, is pulling at my skin. You leave me when I'm at my worst, a feeling as if I've been cursed with a cold within. Days go by and still I think of you. Days when I couldn't live my life without you. Days go by and still I think of you. Days when I couldn't live my life without you. Without you. Without you. Still whisper on my lips, feeling that my your fingertips, put it at my skin. Leave me where I'm at first, feeling as if I've been cursed with a cold within. Days go by and still I think of you. Days when I couldn't live my life without you. Without you. Without you.
Connection and community is the exact solution that I'm offering will end the wars and bring reforms. But I feel like I'm getting ignored here. Hey, Jeeps, that you reminded me, there's too much calm time in between events. People have become complacent and comfortable and they don't want to cause disruption. You have to wait till it gets really bad, Jack, then people will listen. There's a quote from one of the people, never let a good crisis go to waste, right? Yeah, the people who have proven themselves successful in this world, they know that as well. I know that. But it's a false peace. People are being complacent with evil. They're being comfortable with oppression. And I'm suggesting is people should be, maybe I'm like, I don't know, I'm the guy screaming in the wilderness. I'm the canary saying, hey, hello, it's dark. It's getting bad. Let's do something. Hank. Do you have any questions on what I was talking about? Any definitions or stuff you're curious on?
Right now, you pretty much explained what I needed to know at the moment. So I don't really have any further questions. I'm hoping another panelist will come up and take my place since I'm completely ignoring you, but no one has enough to do so, or at least come up and call me out.
Yeah. You know what, Hank? It's all right. We'll leave it open for someone else to join, but I'm gonna do some solo and then I may shut it down for a bit, all right?
Yep, see you later. I'm gonna get off the stage, in fact.
Blessings, brother. I appreciate you, Hank, sincerely. Thank you for joining.
No
Wait,
problem.
we do have someone else, maybe.
All right. I guess we'll stay for if they need
Yeah.
me or something.
Here, if you'd like. Welcome, Machine Lies. How you doing today, brother?
Are you here to call me out?
Yes, I'm here to hold you accountable, Hank.
Excellent. Finally.
You know, I came to call out Hank Oflamio for ignoring Jack Talcott. So, Hank, you know, how dare you?
Bless the Lord. Finally.
How dare you, sir?
Bless the
Yeah,
Lord.
blessings.
Praise the Lord. I finally got what I needed. I got what was coming to me.
Yeah.
Hey, blessings. I love you guys. Can we talk about this? There are a lot of people that see it all, but we don't have a military, tanks, etc. And what can we do but fight back with words? Do you believe words don't have power? I mean, the military, the people operating the tanks, all of them, they're directed by words. We hold the same instruments of power, except guess what? If we unite, our power is more just because we're standing on the truth. We're standing on the side of peace, ending wars, ending the militarization and the corruption. This world is literally becoming a prison planet, if it hasn't already. And it's by the execution and the choices of men and women. Who are we going to choose? This is the time, I'm sure. What do you think, man?
Well, I think strategy is obviously a more nefarious tool than warfare, right? If you can look at it one way, right? Like one of my favorite albums is by the Wu-Tang Clan, and it's by an artist named the Jizza, and the album is called Liquid Swords, and it's about how the pen is mightier than the sword. And the first song on the album is called Shadow Boxing, about sparring with yourself. If you could defeat yourself in a battle, right, then no one else could really defeat you. And that's why strategy is more nefarious than warfare, because strategy is about the ideas, and a strategist doesn't actually have to go to war, right? So words are dangerous. We may be able to solve things and hurt things by words way worse than we can by weapons. So words are themselves a double-edged sword, that can be used to hurt and heal, in a way. So that is a way that, and actually they're the primary thing that can do so, because the tongue is a reflection of the heart, just as the hearts unify people, the tongues rip people apart. It's obvious.
It's biblical, right? That which comes from the mouth is what will defile, and people haven't cared about what they've said. And what you said, dude, the power of words, you're right. It creates and destroys. The power has been misunderstood, underestimated by us, by people. It's through the power of words that we can know the truth, that we can know knowledge. But that might not even be accurate. You've given more thoughts to those concepts than I have regarding thoughts and knowledge.
Well, I think it's pretty rudimentary in that a technique is more encompassing than a machine or a technology, right? So a symbol is more powerful than a weapon. It just depends on how it's guided, right? Symbols rule over minds, as weapons use fear to rule over the physical, right? So the physical manifestation is just a extrusion of the creative endeavor. So really it's the the creative act, the immaterial, in a sense, although I don't believe that there is actually immaterial. I believe mind is pervaded throughout all of reality, right? So but yeah, I think creativity shows us that, our ideas are much more dangerous than anything that we make, right?
Yes, I would actually have to affirm that. I mean, look at these signs. These signs ruined a lot of people's lives. I even Mandela one on my own side. That's why it says Mandela on it. So this is these things are black magic. They're really effective, and if you just need to watch. You see how angry Illuminati was yesterday. These signs are just very, very forceful. So
The one mind, when we realize that, if we just accept our unity, we are all a part of this same experience. When we know we're all a part of the same experience, I don't know that there's any distance you can go out to the country or off grid that's running and hiding, Daisy May. That's the Polly and the Unslavia way. That's not Jack. What Jack is suggesting is all of these people that are afraid of the government, help me find a way to confront them. I mean, this is what I'm saying. I shouldn't bring him up because I still got him blocked, but
let's do it.
Well, I'm associating Daisy with Paul because that's been, she promotes what he's offering, which is complain about the oppressors, defy the employees, right? Yell at the people who are employed to try and enforce the rules, and then wants to go get property and go build some imaginary playground that is away from all of the wars. I mean, there's men and women dying right now, direct involvement from the United States government that I'm not running away from. I'm a part of the society in America, and the way I understand it, they don't govern, they govern the rules. They don't govern us. The police, they don't enforce us. They are to enforce the rules. Now, rules are made up by people. This obeying the rules from others far away, that's what has men and women right now in war zones, while the bosses and the leaders are sleeping, having dinner with people, nice restaurants, nice meals.
But Paul's not obeying the rules. He's purposely breaking the bad rules. He's thinking globally and acting locally.
I don't think he's thinking globally. He's thinking very small-minded.
He's putting more pressure on the system by ignoring the verse rules.
I think he wastes. I think it's a waste. I don't think it's worthy of as much credit and attention. Having a mouth, I understand standing on principles. I get that. I even understand trying to educate the people who are playing the role of enforcers. I get that. But spending time in jail and then wanting to play the victim, and now he's going to take them to court. He's going to get all these people sued.
How about the way Joe Cool does it? He literally goes on the street and educates the officers while recording it, so anyone else that watches can also learn the actual rules on the books.
I can see the value in that as well. but I also see it as a missed opportunity. I mean, I watch some of these auditor things they're doing. They're not doing it for any other reason than their own selfish attention. You know, they think something is wrong, so they want to go make a spectacle out of it. But if the purpose is educating, by all means, that's exactly what we should be doing. But people get caught up in this, in their character that they create and imagine for themselves, and they think they're doing a lot of good, but really they're not. Welcome, Paul.
Was listening in again, Jack, and once again you brought me up it's in name to be
So
jealous
what?
and hate on me while you do nothing, and
No,
you're
I
bitter.
used you as an example, and Paul, you're welcome to join with a different attitude. Okay, but this nonsense where you think you've got jurisdiction and you think you're better than me, dude, you're delusional.
That's you, Jack, and we all know it. So just get back to your non-broadcast. Get back to hating on me while you can't pay your rent while I build a homestead in a community.
You're a liar.
We know the
You're
difference.
a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar, a deceiver, a manipulator. Your pride, Paul, keeps you foolish. Thank you for visiting. I actually do appreciate that. Help me feel better about myself again. Why is he a liar? He just made the claim that I can't pay my rent. That's not true. My rent has been paid in advance. I don't have to worry about my rent. So he's a liar. He takes facts, twists them around, and then paints some story where he's like the god of all media.
Yeah, but to be fair, twisting facts is what the machine lies want us about. That's pretty much what we all do via communication because we have our own perspective.
Well, the facts are important. You said Machine Lies was he was warning about twisting of facts.
Yes, technique in communication, the pen being mightier than the sword.
That is true. And Paul has a gift of narration. He's also developed a pattern where he overtalks and he makes sure that his view is the only one that's allowed. But
Let me correct the record. If you can pay your rent, you did admit 2 weeks ago you can't even afford to buy your.
Paul, see the insecure. He's just got to be right. Oh, I got to be right. I got to be the attention. I got to show that Jack is wrong. Paul, you're missing out, dude. Totally missing out. Because, well, I'm actually a very kind man. My economic worth is irrelevant to what I say. What I say and what I do is honest and authentic, and I genuinely do care to create a better world for everyone. So my faith is in God, but Hank, you've been a part of this story for a while, and all of you, many of you guys have been a part of Jack's story for a while. I'd encourage you to evaluate. What do you want to do?
I just want to keep training. I'm just going to keep training for a bit to figure out where I have leverage at.
I'd encourage you to start thinking about me. I mean, I know how that sounds, but I'm a very honest man. When I succeed, those who are a part of my success, right? We can share the rewards together. So far,
when did you assume I wasn't thinking about you?
well, the fact that you keep taking attention back to you more than trying to pay attention to what I'm saying and doing.
Okay, then tell me what to do.
That's actually the habit I'd like to help you and others break.
Okay, then there's no possible correct move I can make. This is the issue I got into with Pussy Paul when I was on his show. So if you don't have any correct moves for me to do, and not doing anything's also wrong, then just I can't do anything correctly because I'm not you.
There's other options.
All right,
You
give me three.
You didn't think of the other options.
Okay, what are the other options?
What I'm referring to, where people, we get into these habits of not doing unless we're told, or not doing unless we have all of the details. But what I've had to learn is how to think for myself, how to actually find and create opportunities, how to move forward even without the details, and even if at the risk that I might be wrong. But it's the egoic mind that is seeking the details. And Hank, if your heart was here, and if your heart was paying attention to me and the conversation, the experience that you're actually physically a part of, well, you wouldn't even ask me what am I wanting you to do.
So I'm putting in my best effort right now. So what you're telling me that my best effort isn't good enough. So I don't think there's anyone in this world that can give you what you want. That's just maybe there is, but I wouldn't know where they are. So don't ask me where they are.
I don't know why you ruled yourself out so quickly.
Because I'm putting in my best effort already.
And I'm not saying you're doing anything wrong. All I'm suggesting is that if you tried to pay more attention to me, you could see that you're a part of this. And then it's not just, what does Jack want for this to succeed? You know, maybe you'd have ideas to say, hey, Jack, what if we do this to accomplish this?
Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm not close now, you're utterly incomprehensible to me. There's no offense, but if I'm not even close to the target, I don't even know what I'm looking at.
Well, Hank, here's the thing. Please don't assume that, because I would suggest if anyone is the closest, it is you. Because you have been understanding much of what I've been saying. You've seen through a lot of what I've been facing. This is where, though, I don't know how to cross any more barriers. The idea is we are one. We are sharing this experience. So what you want from this experience, it's important to me.
Why do I need to find some Patara earrings and fuse with you? I don't know where to go with this.
Let's not worry. I don't want to put pressure. I mean, I don't want to leave it unresolved, but the other side of that is I don't want you to feel like you're being put on the spotlight either, because organically, as long as we try, we can understand each other. Oh, Hank, here is something I will ask you. Many people think they know me, but they convince themselves they do before they actually understand. This is what happens with God. I know that I am just like you, Hank, Machine Lies, and Paul, and all the viewers. I'm just like everyone else. And we are in very many ways just like God. I have the theory, so far it's unconfirmed, but I have a theory that God may be using me and many others as a messenger for today. But it seems that people, well, I don't feel like I found the tribe that wants what I'm offering. So what do I do?
I guess we have to build if we can't buy.
Well, I've been trying to build, and unfortunately, I'm going to bring him back up, but I keep finding a lot of people that want to publicly oppose me, and I don't understand why. Because it doesn't help me build. It doesn't help me when people go out of their way to talk about me, to mock me.
This is pretty
publicly.
simple. Pretty much everyone in your life doesn't view you as competent and capable. I don't know how else to put it to you. Or
Well,
rational.
Paul, hey, Paul,
Not that three.
how about-
Competent,
how
capable,
about-
and rational.
Well, how about you stop speaking for everybody?
I'm speaking for me as well, and I'm noticing the pattern.
Right. And Paul, you're wrong.
Okay, then I'm wrong. Then let it be that.
Okay.
If
so
you're
what are you
confident
gonna
in yourself
do
and you
if
have
you're wrong?
results, it shouldn't
Paul,
matter what anyone else says or thinks.
Paul, does it matter if someone's wrong? Should someone
Again,
do
you're
something if
proposing
they're
there's an
wrong?
objective wrong here.
Paul, yes. And Paul, your attitude towards me, I didn't do anything to deserve your mockery, your disrespect. I didn't do anything to deserve listening to you yell at me here in the present. You're out of your mind, Paul.
You're
You
never
are
going
out
to
of
get what
your
you want or need in life, so just keep doing it.
No, Paul. Okay. Tell you what, I'm not going to keep playing this game. Paul, we're done today. You can leave. You're not coming back up. Okay. Yeah. Give me the bird. Shove that finger up your ass, you fat pig.
You know what's odd? I absolutely did do something to him that deserves to be mocked and ridiculed. I made it so he couldn't use your show for entertainment, but he preferred to go after you rather than me. So you need to think about that, Jack.
You're right. You're right. Well, the thing is, he doesn't need to go after anyone. He just needs to chill the hell out and look at his behavior. If we want a better world, the way we treat each other through the day, it matters. I mean, I know a lot of people, especially in this online stuff, you want to say it doesn't matter. It does. Because you're showing who you are. You're showing the world. You're putting the world into the world, the dark energies of fighting and disagreement. We're here to choose. Oh, thank you. Here, simple definitions. Simplify your life and don't underestimate yourself. Words, things can have many definitions. And if we look at ourselves and each other as things, we're going to come up with these narrow definitions of what someone or something is. That's what many have been doing with me. They want to treat me like a thing that they don't like. Well, it's delusional. Okay. One of the mystical, magical aspects of the truth is there's varying degrees of the truth. Hot versus cold, varying degrees can be between those. Different perceptions can experience different different degrees, variations. So if everything can be defined by different levels, find the simple definitions. Okay, every one of us here, I brought up, especially at the beginning, set the example of a divine one for yourself to embody. I invite the Christ, Jesus. I invite myself to live and try to embody that. So what does that mean? The Holy Spirit. What for me, what I saw the story of Jesus, he's a leader. Every one of us are leaders if we allow ourselves. What is a leader? A leader is one who makes decisions and directs the energy and the focus. So every one of us can make decisions. We can all be leaders who accept responsibility. Hey, welcome, El Perro.
Greetings. You know, I just sat here and listened to Paul up here, and I hate to have Paul even in my mouth, but I want to point out a principal concept here that we're failing to see, is that Paul likes to project that his relationship has a long standing and meaning to it. It's been 2 years. My companion, 15 years. You would think that it's got a longer standing and probably a better meaning or a deeper meaning to it. That doesn't matter to him. What he's projecting is that he's already got a homestead and he's already built that community. You fail in that. You're projecting your future plans, your intent, which may be good. But that doesn't dismiss from the fact that you keep placing Jack in the past as if though he's not come out of it, like you accused him of not paying his rent, when he's already showed that he's taking care of that. You're the delusional one, Paul. Have a good day.
Hey, brother. I appreciate you. I encourage you, though. You and me, our anger is our issue. And what I saw, I was thinking about you yesterday. I wanted to join that stream you had last night, El Perro. The energies in my being changed. I went and laid down. What I see with, well, particularly Paul, he went ahead and joined, I'm sure in response to what you said, but what I see with Paul is kind of unfortunate because you brought experience and wisdom, and he saw the experience and wisdom, but unfortunately what Paul has never learned, and I think you can learn in this too maybe, is some loyalty. But that's not true either, because you're both loyal to your way. But I see Paul and you, Wizard, you guys, you bring a lot of good qualities together, but at the same time, all three of us have opportunities to work on our.
So you don't think, Jack, it's at all fascinating or off-putting that you have this guy calling himself Daisy and putting up a picture of an obese man dressed as a woman who looks more like the woman that El Perro, El Slavo is with than it does Daisy?
Paul,
it's fascinating projection, and it's also unchristian behavior, Jack. It's unloving.
It's fascinating. You're so upset by that. It's just.
Why are you okay with him attacking a woman and calling her?
I'm not okay with it. And Paul,
I'm not okay with other people interjecting themselves into my and my companion's life based on projections from somebody else. My companion sits right across from the room, and if she believes that I'm living off of her and her government check, then she would tell me. However, she's the one that has her funds secured and safe from the courts because we've managed to set up, again, like myself, a card without a bank account. Hers specifically comes directly from the government. So it doesn't go to any bank account. It goes directly to her card. Funny how that works, huh? I'm living off of her, yet I'm the one providing her with the financial securities that keep the third-party debt collectors from coming after her, like Jack. Oh, but wait a minute. That doesn't have any real value, does it? Since I'm not bringing money into the household, but
Here.
rather I'm preventing people from taking money out of the mouths of children. Oh, that has no value, right?
Here.
Now you're thinking like a mega corporation.
Well, this is the materialistic view that Paul has. He claims that he sees through the system, but he's completely money focused.
Right. And Daisy, yes, of course I benefit from it. She benefits from it too. It's an equal consideration. It's an equal contract between us to think about each other first and foremost in everything we do, that we're not living off of one another. There was a time where I sat on a couch and couldn't move, and she did everything for me. I am blessed. Ask her again if I'm living off of her. That's where you get your truth, not from Paul or anybody else.
Right. Here. Thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't speak up there. Paul has no right to bring insults to anyone, really. But then to bring insults to your partner and your life, see, he's a fool. He has no clue on what is or is not appropriate. He just runs around imagining his own rules and enforcing his own expectations onto others. So tell you what, Paul, I went against my words because you were brought up, and I see it still didn't accomplish anything. You just want to argue and throw a fit. So, Paul, I think we're done today. Stephen, I've got no interest in bringing you up. And Snafu, not a chance today. I did unblock you, but we're already over an hour in. And I think maybe I should start wrapping up, do some final words in a good way, right? I'm not disappointed, but I honestly think maybe I'll be more comfortable, wrap this up. And if I find another panel, other conversations to have, maybe I can do that, but.
Works for me. I'll backstage myself.
Blessings to you, Hank. I appreciate you, my brother. My friend.
I'm gonna bring something up backstage if you'll present it for me real quick. It's scripture.
All right, certainly.
Okay, should be back there. This is 2 Timothy 2:23 through 26. But foolish and unlearned questions avoid, knowing that they do gender strife. And the servant of the Lord must not strive, but be gentle and patient, in meekness, instructing those that oppose themselves. This is your battle. You oppose yourselves, not me. I don't give a flying fuck what you do. If God, peradventure, will give them repentance to the acknowledging of the truth, that you oppose yourselves, not me, and that they may recover themselves out of the snare of the devil, who are taken captive by him at his will. So as you keep posing that you have done this thing and you've created this homestead and this community, you haven't accomplished that yet. And pose that it has meaning and standing only to you. It has no standing to me. What has standing and meaning to me is what belongs to me and my companion, what we do in life, not your projections, conjectures, or anything else. I love you, but I don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back. And that's to say, I don't give one flying fuck whether you don't respect me or don't like me at all, whether you hate me or anything. Excommunicate me from anybody. You cannot excommunicate me from God. Have a good day, and may he bless you.
Thank you, brother. I think that was directed at Paul, but I'm not certain. The words of the scripture, though, are true. We're not here to be all. We're not here to be the persecutors, prosecutors, the judge of everybody. We got all these people, especially on this online stuff, running around, wanting to claim jurisdiction and want to bring justice. These people are nuts, man. What do we do? What are your thoughts, my friend?
Well, I think it's been some interesting discussions that I've been having with people along the same lines, about whether if the tools of power are those that breed corruption and envy and superstition and malice, then should those tools be abandoned? Should it be another road that people should maybe separate from the society, build outside of the present mode of understanding, and then come back to civilization, bring back their tools? In other words, should we retreat to the wilderness and go and then come back, bringing the knowledge back, or go out of the cave, if you will, and bring the knowledge of the sun back to the people that are in the cave, but it goes to what you're talking about here, simple definitions, because symbols really override techniques and techniques override technologies, right? So we have to turn our technologies that are the physical manifestation of those tools that are out of control and turn them into techniques that are under our control. And that goes to changing the definitions of power and love and changing them to simpler definitions, because those the understanding of those things has become overlayered with themes and over contextualized, and used for propaganda, like like when Edward Bernays used women smoking cigarette in order to sell women cigarettes, right? He made a sign that said torches of freedom. So he combined the idea of woman's liberation with the idea of them smoking cigarettes because it was a popular meme at the time. So this idea of over layering symbols, where symbols have over layering contextualization, they could implode the meaning. We have to find simpler definitions so that we can get back to a raw understanding of concepts that actually affect our lives. But yeah, thank you guys, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Blessings, brother. Thank you. A little bit different from what was offered there. I actually think the definitions
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster. It was clearly shown in the French contact with the industrial society, and the result has been a whole catalog of economic, environmental, social, and psychological problems. One of the effects of the intrusion of industrial society has been that over much of the world, traditional controls on population have been thrown out of balance.
Hence the population explosion with all that that implies.
Then there is the psychological suffering that is widespread throughout the supposedly fortunate countries of the West. No one knows what will happen as a result of ozone depletion, the greenhouse effect, and other environmental problems that cannot yet be foreseen. And, as nuclear proliferation has shown, new technology cannot be kept out of the hands of dictators and the irresponsible third world nations. Would you like to speculate about what Iraq or North Korea will do with genetic engineering? Oh, say the technophiles, science is going to fix all that. We will conquer famine, eliminate psychological suffering, and make everybody healthy and happy. Yeah, sure. That's what they said 200 years ago. The Industrial Revolution was supposed to eliminate poverty, make everybody happy, etc. The actual result has been quite different. The technophiles are hopelessly naive or self-deceiving in their understanding of social problems. They are unaware or choose to ignore the fact that when large changes, even seemingly beneficial ones, are introduced into society, they lead to a long consequence of other changes, most of which are impossible to predict. The result is disruption of the society. So it is very probable that in their attempts to end poverty and disease, engineer docile, happy personalities, and so forth, the technophiles will create social systems that are terribly troubled, even more so than the present ones. For example, scientists boast that they will end famine by creating new genetically engineered food plants. But this will allow the human population to keep expanding indefinitely, and it is well known that crowding leads to increased stress and aggression. This is merely one example of the predictable problems that will arise. We emphasize that, as past experience has shown, technical progress will lead to other new problems that cannot be predicted in advance. In fact, ever since the Industrial Revolution, technology has been creating new problems for society far more rapidly than it has been solving old ones. Thus, it will take a long and difficult period of trial and error for the technophiles to work the bugs out of their brave new world, if they ever do. In the meantime, there will be great suffering. So it is not at all clear that the survival of industrial society would involve less suffering than the breakdown of that society would. Technology has gotten the human race into a fix from which there is not likely to be any escape. The future. But suppose now that industrial society does survive the next several decades, and that the bugs do eventually get worked out of the system so that it functions smoothly. What kind of system will it be? We will consider several possibilities. First, let us postulate that the computer scientists succeed in developing intelligent machines that can do all things better than human beings can do them. In that case, presumably, all work will be done by vast, highly organized systems of machines, and no human effort will be necessary. Either of two cases might occur. The machines might be permitted to make all of their own decisions without human oversight, or else human control over the machines might be retained. If the machines are permitted to make all their own decisions, we can't make any conjectures as to the results, because it is impossible to guess how such machines might behave. We only point out that the fate of the human race would be at the mercy of the machines. It might be argued that the human race would never be foolish enough to hand over all power to the machines, but we are suggesting neither that the human race would voluntarily turn power over to the machines, nor that the machines would willfully seize power. What we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines that it would have no practical choice but to accept all of the machines' decisions. As society and the problems that face it become more and more complex, and as machines become more and more intelligent, people will let machines make more and more of their decisions for them, simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. At that stage, the machines will be in effective control. People won't be able to just turn the machine off, because they will be so dependent on them that turning them off would amount to suicide. On the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer. But control over large systems of machines would be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses. Because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite is ruthless, they may decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate until the mass of humanity has become extinct, leaving the world to the elite. Or, if the elite consists of soft-hearted liberals, they may decide to play the role of good shepherds to the rest of the human race. They will see to it that everyone's physical needs are satisfied, that all children are raised under psychologically hygienic conditions, that everyone has a wholesome hobby to keep him busy, and that anyone who may become dissatisfied undergoes treatment to cure his problem. Of course, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered, either to remove their need for the power process or to make them sublimate their drive for power into some harmless hobby. These engineered human beings may be happy in such a society, but they will most certainly not be free. They will have been reduced to the status of domestic animals. But suppose now that the computer scientists do not succeed in developing artificial intelligence, so that human work remains necessary. Even so, machines will take care of more and more of the simpler tasks so that there will be an increasing surplus of human workers at the lower levels of ability. We see this happening already. There are many people who find it difficult or impossible to get work because, for intellectual or psychological reasons, they cannot acquire the level of training necessary to make themselves useful in the present system. On those who are employed, ever-increasing demands will be placed. They will need more and more training, more and more ability, and will have to be more reliable, conforming, and docile, because they will be more and more like cells of a giant organism. Their tasks will be increasingly specialized so that their work will be, in a sense, out of touch with the real world, being concentrated on one tiny slice of reality. The system will have to use any means that it can, whether psychological or biological, to engineer people to be docile, to have the abilities that the system requires, and to sublimate their drive for power into some specialized task. But the statement that the people of such a society will have to be docile may require qualification. The society may find competitiveness useful, provided that ways are found of directing competitiveness into channels that serve the needs of the system. We can imagine a future society in which there is endless competition for positions of prestige and power, but no more than very few people will ever reach the top, where the only real power is. Very repellent is a society in which a person can satisfy his need for power only by pushing large numbers of other people out of the way and depriving them of their opportunity for power. One can envision scenarios that incorporate aspects of more than one of the possibilities that we have just discussed. For instance, it may be that machines will take over most of the work that is of real practical importance, but that human beings will be kept busy by giving relatively unimportant work. It has been suggested, for example, that a great development of the service industries might provide work for human beings. Thus, people would spend their time shining each other's shoes, driving each other around in taxicabs, making handicrafts for one another, waiting on each other's tables, etc. This seems to us a thoroughly contemptible way for the human race to end up, and we doubt that many people would find fulfilling lives in such pointless busy work. They would seek other dangerous outlets, drugs, crime, cults, hate groups, unless they were biologically or psychologically engineered to adapt them to such a way of life. Needless to say, the scenarios outlined above do not exhaust all the possibilities. They only indicate the kinds of outcomes that seem to us most likely. But we can envision no plausible scenarios that are any more palatable than the ones we've just described. It is overwhelmingly probable that if the industrial technological system survives the next 40 to 100 years, it will by that time have developed certain general characteristics. Individuals, at least those of the bourgeois type who are integrated into the system and make it run, and who therefore have all the power, will be more dependent than ever on large organizations. They will become more socialized than ever, and their physical and mental qualities, to a significant extent, possibly to a very great extent, will be those that are engineered into them rather than being the result of chance or God's will or whatever. And whatever may be left of wild nature will be reduced to remnants preserved for scientific study and kept under the supervision and management of scientists. Hence it will no longer be truly wild. In the long run, say a few centuries from now, it is likely that neither the human race nor any other important organisms will exist as we know them today, because once you start modifying organisms through genetic engineering, there is no reason to stop at any particular point, so that the modifications will probably continue until man and other organisms have been utterly transformed. Whatever else may be the case, it is certain that technology is creating for human beings a new physical and social environment radically different from the spectrum of environments to which natural selection has adapted the human race physically and psychologically. If man is not adjusted to this new environment by being artificially re-engineered, then he will be adapted to it through a long and painful process of natural selection. The former is far more likely than the latter. It would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences. Strategy. The technophiles are taking us all on an utterly reckless ride into the unknown. Many people understand something of what technological progress is doing to us, yet take a passive attitude towards it because they think it is inevitable. But we don't think it is inevitable. We think it can be stopped, and we will give here some indications of how to go about stopping it. As we stated in paragraph 166, the two main tasks for the present are to promote social stress and instability in industrial society and to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial system. When the system becomes sufficiently stressed and unstable, a revolution against technology may be possible. The pattern would be similar to that of the French and Russian revolutions. French society and Russian society, for several decades prior to their respective revolutions, showed increasing signs of stress and weakness. Meanwhile, ideologies were being developed that offered a new worldview that was quite different from the old one. In the Russian case, revolutionaries were actively working to undermine the old order. Then, when the old system was put under sufficient additional stress by financial crisis in France, by military defeat in Russia, it was swept away by revolution. What we propose is something along the same lines. It will be objected that the French and Russian revolutions were failures, but most revolutions have two goals. One is to destroy an old form of society, and the other is to set up a new form of society envisioned by the revolutionaries. The French and Russian revolutionaries failed, fortunately, to create the new kind of society of which they dreamed. but they were quite successful in destroying the old society. We have no illusions about the feasibility of creating a new ideal form of society. Our goal is only to destroy the existing form of society.
But an ideology, in order to gain enthusiastic support, must have a positive ideal as well as a negative one. It must be for something as well as against something. The positive ideal that we propose is nature, that is, wild nature. Those aspects of the functioning of the earth and its living things that are independent of human management and free of human interference and control. And with wild nature, we include human nature, by which we mean those aspects of the functioning of the human individual that are not subject to regulation by organized society, but are products of chance or free will or God, depending on your philosophical or religious opinions.
Nature makes a perfect counter-ideal to technology for several reasons. Nature, which is outside the power of the system, is the opposite of technology, which seeks to expand indefinitely the power of the system. Most people will agree that nature is beautiful. Certainly, it has tremendous popular appeal. The radical environmentalists already hold an ideology that exalts nature and opposes technology.
It is not necessary for the sake of nature to set up some chimerical utopia or any new kind of social order. Nature takes care of itself.
It was a spontaneous creation that existed long before any human society, and for countless centuries, many different kinds of human societies coexisted with nature without doing it an excessive amount of damage. Only with the Industrial Revolution did the effect of human society on nature become really devastating. To relieve the pressure on nature, it is not necessary to create some special kind of social system. It is only necessary to get rid of industrial society. Granted, this will not solve all problems. Industrial society has already done tremendous damage to nature and will take a very long time for the scars to heal. Besides, even pre-industrial societies can do significant damage to nature. Nevertheless, getting rid of industrial society will accomplish a great deal. It will relieve the worst of the pressure on nature so that the scars can begin to heal. It will remove the capacity of organized society to keep increasing its control over nature, including human nature. Whatever kind of society may exist after the demise of the industrial system, it is certain that most people will live close to nature, because in the absence of advanced technology, there is no other way people can live. To feed themselves, they must be peasants, or herdsmen, or fishermen, or hunters, etc. And generally speaking, local autonomy should tend to increase, because lack of advanced technology and rapid communications will limit the capacity of governments or other large organizations to control local communities. As for the negative consequences of eliminating industrial society, well, you can't eat your cake and have it too. To gain one thing, you must sacrifice another. Most people hate psychological conflict. For this reason, they avoid doing any serious thinking about difficult social issues, and they like to have such issues presented them in simple black and white terms. This is all good, and that is all bad. The revolutionary ideology should therefore be developed on two levels. On the more sophisticated level, the ideology should address itself to people who are intelligent, thoughtful, and rational. The object should be to create a core of people who will be opposed in the industrial system on a rational, thought-out basis, with full appreciation of the problems and ambiguities involved, and of the price that has to be paid for getting rid of the system. It is particularly important to attract people of this type, as they are capable people and will be instrumental in influencing others. These people should be addressed on as rational a level as possible. Facts should never intentionally be distorted, and intemperate language should be avoided. This does not mean that no appeal can be made to the emotions, but in making such appeal, care should be taken to avoid misrepresenting the truth or doing anything else that would destroy the intellectual respectability of the ideology. On a second level, the ideology should be propagated in a simplified form that will enable the unthinking majority to see the conflict of technology versus nature in unambiguous terms. But even on the second level, the ideology should not be expressed in language that is so cheap, intemperate, or irrational that it alienates people from the thoughtful and rational type. Cheap, intemperate propaganda sometimes achieves impressive short-term gains, but it will be more advantageous in the long run to keep the loyalty of a small number of intelligently committed people than to arouse the passions of an unthinking, fickle mob who will change their attitude as soon as someone comes along with a better propaganda gimmick. However, propaganda of the rabble-rousing type may be necessary when the system is nearing the point of collapse, and there is a final struggle between rival ideologies to determine which will become dominant when the old worldview goes under. Prior to that final struggle, the revolutionaries should not expect to have a majority of people on their side. History is made by active, determined minorities, not by the majority, which seldom has a clear and consistent idea of what it really wants. Until the time comes for the final push toward revolution, the task of revolutionaries will be less to win the shallow support of the majority than to build a small core of deeply committed people. As for the majority, it will be enough to make them aware of the existence of the new ideology and remind them of it frequently, though of course it will be desirable to get majority support to the extent that this can be done without weakening the core of seriously committed people. Any kind of social conflict helps to destabilize the system, but one should be careful about what kind of conflict one encourages. The line of conflict should be drawn between the mass of people and the power-holding elite of the industrial society, politicians, scientists, upper-level business executives, government officials, etc. It should not be drawn between the revolutionaries and the mass of the people. For example, it would be a bad strategy for the revolutionaries to condemn Americans for their habits of consumption. Instead, the average American should be portrayed as a victim of the advertising and marketing industry, which has suckered him into buying a lot of junk that he doesn't need and that is very poor compensation for his lost freedom. Either approach is consistent with the facts. It is merely a matter of attitude whether you blame the advertising industry for manipulating the public or blame the public for allowing itself to be manipulated. As a matter of strategy, one should generally avoid blaming the public. One should think twice before encouraging any other social conflict than that between the power-holding elite, which wields technology, and the general public, over which technology exerts its power. For one thing, other conflicts tend to distract attention from the important conflicts between power elite and ordinary people, between technology and nature. For another thing, other conflicts may actually tend to encourage technologization, because each side in a conflict wants to use technological power to gain advantages over its adversary. This is clearly seen in rivalries between nations. It also appears in ethnic conflicts within nations. For example, in America, many black leaders are anxious to gain power for African Americans by placing black individuals in the technological power elite. They want there to be many black government officials, scientists, corporation executives, and so forth. In this way, they are helping to absorb the African American subculture into the technological system. Generally speaking, one should encourage only those social conflicts that can be fitted into the framework of the conflicts of power elite versus ordinary people, technology versus nature. But the way to discourage ethnic conflict is not through militant advocacy of minority rights. Instead, the revolutionaries should emphasize that although minorities do suffer more or less disadvantage, this disadvantage is of peripheral significance. Our real enemy is the industrial technological system, and in the struggle against the system, ethnic distinctions are of no importance. The kind of revolution we have in mind will not necessarily involve an armed uprising against any government. It may or may not involve physical violence, but it will not be a political revolution. Its focus will be on technology and economics, not politics. Probably the revolutionaries should even avoid assuming political power, whether by legal or illegal means, until the industrial system is stressed to the danger point and has proved itself to be a failure in the eyes of most people. Suppose, for example, that some Green Party should win control of the United States Congress in an election. In order to avoid betraying or watering down their own ideology, they would have to take vigorous measures to turn economic growth into economic shrinkage. To the average man, the results would appear disastrous. There would be massive unemployment, shortages of commodities, etc. Even if the grosser ill effects could be avoided through superhumanly skillful management, still people would have to begin giving up the luxuries to which they have become addicted. Dissatisfaction would grow, the Green Party would be voted out of office, and the revolutionaries would have suffered a severe setback. For this reason, the revolutionaries should not try to acquire political power until the system has gotten itself into such a mess that any hardships will be seen as resulting from the failures of the industrial system itself and not from the policies of the revolutionaries. The revolution against technology will probably have to be a revolution by outsiders, a revolution from below and not from above. The revolution must be international and worldwide. It cannot be carried out on a nation-by-nation basis. Whenever it is suggested that the United States, for example, should cut back on technological progress or economic growth, people get hysterical and start screaming that if we fall behind in technology, the Japanese will get ahead of us. Holy robots! The world will fly off its orbit if the Japanese ever sell more cars than we do. Nationalism is a great promoter of technology. More reasonably, it is argued that if the relatively democratic nations of the world fall behind in technology while nasty dictatorial nations like China, Vietnam, and North Korea continue to progress, eventually the dictators may come to dominate the world. That is why the industrial system should be attacked in all nations simultaneously to the extent that this may be possible. True, there is no assurance that the industrial system can be destroyed at approximately the same time all over the world, and it is even conceivable that the attempt to overthrow the system could lead, instead, to the domination of the system by dictators. That is a risk that has to be taken, and it is worth taking, since the difference between a democratic industrial system and one controlled by dictators is small compared with the difference between an industrial system and a non-industrial one. It might even be argued that an industrial system controlled by dictators would be preferable, because dictator-controlled systems usually have proved inefficient, hence they are presumably more likely to break down. Look at Cuba. Some people take the line that modern man has too much power, too much control over nature. They argue for a more passive attitude on the part of the human race. At best, these people are expressing themselves unclearly because they fail to distinguish between power for large organizations and power for individuals and small groups. It is a mistake to argue for powerlessness and passivity because people need power. Modern man is a collective entity, that is, the industrial system has immense power over nature, and we regard this as evil. But modern individuals and small groups of individuals have far less power than primitive man ever did. Generally speaking, the vast power of modern man over nature is exercised not by individuals or small groups, but by large organizations. To the extent that the average modern individual can wield the power of technology, he is permitted to do so only within narrow limits and only under the supervision and control of the system. You need a license for everything, and with the license comes rules and regulations. The individual has only those technological powers in which the system chooses to provide him. His personal power over nature is slight. Primitive individuals and small groups actually had considerable power over nature, or maybe it would be better to say power within nature. When primitive man needed food, he knew how to find it and prepare edible roots, how to track game and take it with homemade weapons. He knew how to protect himself from heat, cold, rain, dangerous animals, etc. But primitive man did relatively little damage to nature because the collective power of primitive society was negligible compared to the collective power of industrial society. Instead of arguing for powerlessness and passivity, one should argue that the power of the industrial system should be broken, and that this will greatly increase the power and freedom of individuals and small groups. Until the industrial system has been thoroughly wrecked, the destruction of that system must be the revolutionaries' only goal. Other goals would distract attention and energy from the main goal. More importantly, if the revolutionaries permit themselves to have any other goal than the destruction of technology, they will be tempted to use technology as a tool for reaching that other goal. If they give in to that temptation, they will fall right back into the technological trap, because modern technology is a unified, tightly organized system, so that in order to retain some technology, one finds oneself obliged to retain most technology. Hence, one ends up sacrificing only token amounts of technology. Suppose, for example, that the revolutionaries took social justice as a human goal. Human nature being what it is, social justice would not come about spontaneously. It would have to be enforced. In order to enforce it, the revolutionaries would have to retain central organization and control. For that, they would need rapid, long-distance transportation and communication, and therefore all the technology needed to support the transportation and communication systems. To feed and clothe poor people, they would have to use agricultural and manufacturing technology, and so forth. So that the attempt to ensure social justice would force them to retain most parts of the technological system. Not that we have anything against social justice, but it must not be allowed to interfere with the effort to get rid of the technological system. It would be hopeless for revolutionaries to try and attack the system without using some modern technology. If nothing else, they must use the communications media to spread their message. But they should use modern technology for only one purpose: to attack the technological system. Imagine an alcoholic sitting with a barrel of wine in front of him. Suppose he starts saying to himself, "Wine isn't bad for you if you drink in moderation. Why, they say small amounts of wine are even good for you. It won't do me any harm if I just take one little drink." Well, you know what's going to happen. Never forget that the human race with technology is just like an alcoholic with a barrel of wine. Revolutionaries should have as many children as they can. There is strong scientific evidence that social attitudes are to a significant extent inherited. No one suggests that a social attitude is a direct outcome of a person's genetic constitution, but it appears that personality traits are partly inherited, and that certain personality traits tend, within the context of our society, to make a person more likely to hold this or that social attitude. Objections to these findings have been raised, but the objections are feeble and seem to be ideologically motivated. In any event, no one denies that children tend on the average to hold social attitudes similar to those of their parents. From our point of view, it doesn't matter all that much whether the attitudes are passed on genetically or through childhood training. In either case, they are passed on. The trouble is that many of the people who are inclined to rebel against the industrial system are also concerned about the population problems. Hence, they are apt to have few or no children. In this way, they may be handing the world over to the sort of people who support or at least accept the industrial system. To ensure the strength of the next generation of revolutionaries, the present generation should reproduce itself abundantly. In doing so, they will be worsening the population problem only slightly. And the important problem is to get rid of the industrial system, because once the industrial system is gone, the world's population necessarily will decrease. Whereas if the industrial system survives, it will continue developing new techniques of food production that may enable the world's population to keep increasing almost indefinitely. With regard to revolutionary strategy, the only points on which we absolutely insist are that the single overriding goal must be the elimination of modern technology, and that no other goal can be allowed to compete with this one. For the rest, revolutionaries should take an empirical approach. If experience indicates that some of the recommendations made in the foregoing paragraphs are not going to give good results, then those recommendations should be discarded. 2 kinds of technology. An argument likely to be raised against our proposed revolution is that it is bound to fail because, it is claimed, throughout history technology has always progressed, never regressed. Hence, technological regression is impossible, but this claim is false. We distinguish between 2 kinds of technology, which we will call small-scale technology and organization-dependent technology. Small-scale technology is technology that can be used by small-scale communities without outside assistance. Organization-dependent technology is technology that is dependent on large-scale social organization. We are aware of no significant cases of regression in small-scale technology, but organization-dependent technology does regress when the social organization on which it depends breaks down. Example, when the Roman Empire fell apart, the Romans' small-scale technology survived because any clever village craftsman could build, for instance, a water wheel. Any skilled smith could make steel by Roman methods, and so forth. But the Romans' organization-dependent technology did regress. Their aqueducts fell into disrepair and were never rebuilt. Their techniques of road construction were lost. The Roman system of urban sanitation was forgotten, so that not until rather recent times did the sanitation of European cities equal that of ancient Rome. The reason why technology has always seemed to progress is that until perhaps a century or 2 before the Industrial Revolution, most technology was small-scale technology. But most of the technology developed since the Industrial Revolution is organization-dependent technology. Take the refrigerator, for example. Without factory-made parts or the facilities of a post-industrial machine shop, it would be virtually impossible for a handful of local craftsmen to build a refrigerator. If by some miracle they did succeed in building one, it would be useless to them without a reliable source of electric power. So they would have to dam a stream and build a generator. Generators require large amounts of copper wire. Imagine trying to make that wire without modern machinery. And where would they get gas suitable for refrigeration? It would be much easier to build an ice house or preserve food by drying or picking, as was done before the invention of the refrigerator. So it is clear that if the industrial system were once thoroughly broken down, refrigeration technology would quickly be lost. The same is true of other organization-dependent technology. And once this technology had been lost for a generation or so, it would take centuries to rebuild it, just as it took centuries to build it the first time around. Surviving technical books would be few and scattered. An industrial society, if built from scratch without outside help, can only be built in a series of stages. You need tools to make tools to make tools to make tools. A long process of economic development and social organization is required. And, even in the absence of an ideology opposed to technology, there is no reason to believe that anyone would be interested in rebuilding industrial society. The enthusiasm for progress is a phenomenon peculiar to the modern form of society, and it seems not to have existed prior to the 17th century or thereabouts. In the late Middle Ages, there were 4 main civilizations that were about equally advanced: Europe, the Islamic world, India, and the Far East, China, Japan, Korea. 3 of those civilizations remained more or less stable, and only Europe became dynamic. No one knows why Europe became dynamic at that time. Historians have their theories, but these are only speculation. At any rate, it is clear that rapid development toward a technological form of society occurs only under special conditions, so there is no reason to assume that a long-lasting technological regression cannot be brought about. Would society eventually develop again toward an industrial technological form? Maybe, but there is no use in worrying about it since we can't predict or control events 500 or 1,000 years in the future. Those problems must be dealt with by the people who will live at that time. The danger of leftism. Because of their need for rebellion and for membership in a movement, leftists or persons of similar psychological type are often unattracted to a rebellious or activist movement whose goals and membership are not initially leftist. The resulting influx of leftish types can easily turn a non-leftist movement into a leftist one, so that leftist goals replace or distort the original goals of the movement. To avoid this, a movement that exalts nature and opposes technology must take a resolutely anti-leftist stance and must avoid all collaboration with leftists. Leftism is, in the long run, inconsistent with wild nature, with human freedom, and with the elimination of modern technology. Leftism is collectivist. It seeks to bind together the entire world, both nature and the human race, into a unified whole. But this implies management of nature and of human life by organized society, and it requires advanced technology. You can't have a united world without rapid transportation and communication. You can't make all people love one another without sophisticated psychological techniques. You can't have a planned society without the necessary technological base. Above all, leftism is driven by the need for power, and the leftist seeks power on the collective basis through identification with a mass movement or an organization. Leftism is unlikely to ever give up technology because technology is too valuable a source of collective power. The anarchist too seeks power, but he seeks it on an individual or small group basis. He wants individual and small groups to be able to control the circumstances of their own lives. He opposes technology because it makes small groups dependent on large organizations. Some leftists may seem to oppose technology, but they will oppose it only so long as they are outsiders and the technological system is controlled by non-leftists. If leftism ever becomes dominant in society so that the technological system becomes a tool in the hands of leftists, they will enthusiastically use it and promote its growth. In doing this, they will be repeating a pattern that leftism has shown again and again in the past. When the Bolsheviks in Russia were outsiders, they vigorously opposed censorship and the secret police. They advocated self-determination for ethnic minorities and so forth. But as soon as they came into power themselves, they imposed a tighter censorship and created a more ruthless secret police than any that had existed under the Tsars, and they oppressed ethnic minorities at least as much as the Tsars had done. In the United States a couple of decades ago, when leftists were a minority in our universities, leftist professors were vigorous proponents of academic freedom. But today, in those of our universities where leftists have become dominant, they have shown themselves ready to take away from everyone else's academic freedom. This is political correctness. The same will happen with leftists and technology. They will use it to oppress everyone else if they ever get it under their own control. In earlier revolutions, leftists of the most power-hungry type repeatedly have first cooperated with non-leftist revolutionaries, as well as with leftists of a more libertarian inclination, and later have double-crossed them to seize power for themselves. Robespierre did this in the French Revolution, the Bolsheviks did it in the Russian Revolution, the Communists did it in Spain in 1938, and Castro and his followers did it in Cuba. Given the past history of leftism, it would be utterly foolish for non-leftist revolutionaries today to collaborate with leftists. Various thinkers have pointed out that leftism is a kind of religion. Leftism is not a religion in the strictest sense because leftist doctrine does not postulate the existence of any supernatural being. But for the leftist, leftism plays a psychological role, much like that which religion plays for some people. The leftist needs to believe in leftism. His beliefs are not easily modified by logic or facts. He has a deep conviction that leftism is morally right with a capital R, and that he has not only a right but a duty to impose leftist morality on everyone. However, many of the people we are referring to as leftists do not think of themselves as leftists and would not describe their system of beliefs as leftism. We use the term leftism because we don't know of any better words to designate the spectrum of related creeds that includes the feminists, gay rights, political correctness, etc. movements, and because these movements have a strong affinity with the old left. Leftism is a totalitarian force. Wherever leftism is in a position of power, it tends to invade every private corner and force every thought into a leftist mold. In part, this is because of the quasi-religious character of leftism. Everything contrary to leftist beliefs represents sin. More importantly, leftism is a totalitarian force because of the leftist drive for power. The leftist seeks to satisfy his need for power through identification with a social movement, and he tries to go through the power process by helping to pursue and attain goals of that movement. But no matter how far the movement has gone in attaining its goals, the leftist is never satisfied because his activism is a surrogate activity. That is, the leftist's real motive is not to attain the ostensible goals of leftism. In reality, he is motivated by the sense of power he gets from struggling for and then reaching a social goal. Consequently, the leftist is never satisfied with the goals he has already attained. His need for the power process leads him always to pursue some new goal. The leftist wants equal opportunities for minorities. When that is attained, he insists on statistical equality of achievement by minorities. And as long as anyone harbors, in some corner of his mind, a negative attitude towards some minority, the leftist has to re-educate him. And ethnic minorities are not enough. No one can be allowed to have a negative attitude toward homosexuals, disabled people, fat people, old people, ugly people, and on and on and on. It is not enough that the public should be informed about the hazards of smoking. A warning has to be stamped on every package of cigarettes. Then cigarette advertising has to be restricted, if not banned. The activists will never be satisfied until tobacco is outlawed, and after that it will be alcohol, then junk food, etc. Activists have fought gross child abuse, which is reasonable, but now they want to stop all spanking. When they've done that, they will want to ban something else they consider unwholesome, and then another thing, and then another. They will never be satisfied until they have complete control over all child-rearing practices, and then they will move on to another cause. Suppose you asked leftists to make a list of all the things that were wrong with society. Then suppose you instituted every social change that they demanded. It is safe to say that within a couple years, the majority of leftists would find something new to complain about, some new social evil to correct, because once again, the leftist is motivated less by distress at society's ills than by the need to satisfy his drive for power by imposing his solutions on society. Because of the restrictions placed on their thoughts and behavior by their high level of socialization, many leftists of the over-socialized type cannot pursue power in the ways that other people do. For them, the drive for power has only one morally acceptable outlet, and that is in the struggle to impose their morality on everyone. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, are true believers in the sense of Eric Hoffer's book, The True Believer. But not all true believers are of the same psychological type as leftists. Presumably, a true believing Nazi, for instance, is very different psychologically from a true believing leftist. Because of their capacity for single-minded devotion to a cause, true believers are a useful, perhaps necessary ingredient of any revolutionary movement. This presents a problem with which we must admit we don't know how to deal. We aren't sure how to harness the energies of the true believer to a revolution against technology. At present, all we can say is that no true believer will make a safe recruit to the revolution unless his commitment is exclusively to the destruction of technology. If he is committed also to another ideal, he may want to use technology as a tool for pursuing that other ideal. Some readers may say, this stuff about leftism is a lot of crap. I know John and Jane who are leftish types, and they don't have all these totalitarian tendencies. It's quite true that many leftists, possibly even a numerical majority, are decent people who sincerely believe in tolerating others' values, up to a point, and wouldn't want to use high-handed methods to reach their social goals. Our remarks about leftism are not meant to apply to every individual leftist, but to describe the general character of leftism as a movement. And the general character of a movement is not necessarily determined by the numerical proportions of the various kinds of people involved in the movement. The people who rise to positions of power in leftist movements tend to be leftists of the most power-hungry type, because power-hungry people are those who strive hardest to get into positions of power. Once the power-hungry types have captured control of the movement, there are many leftists of a gentler breed who inwardly disapprove of many of the actions of the leaders, but cannot bring themselves to oppose them. They need their faith in the movement, and because they cannot give up this faith, they go along with the leaders. True, some leftists do have the guts to oppose the totalitarian tendencies that emerge, but they generally lose because the power-hungry types are better organized, are more ruthless and Machiavellian, and have taken care to build themselves a strong power base. These phenomena appeared clearly in Russia and other countries that were taken over by leftists. Similarly, before the breakdown of communism in the USSR, leftish types in the West would seldom criticize that country. If prodded, they would admit that the USSR did many things wrong, but then they would try to find excuses for the communists and begin talking about the faults of the West. They always opposed Western military resistance to communist aggression. Leftish types all over the world vigorously protested the U.S. military action in Vietnam, but when the USSR invaded Afghanistan, they did nothing. Not that they approved of the Soviet actions, but because of their leftist faith, they just couldn't bear to put themselves in opposition to communism. Today, in those of our universities where political correctness has become dominant, there are probably many leftish types who privately disapprove of the suppression of academic freedom, but they go along with it anyway. Thus, the fact that many individual leftists are personally mild and fairly tolerant people by no means prevents leftism as a whole from having a totalitarian tendency. Our discussion of leftism has a serious weakness. It is still far from clear what we mean by the word leftist. There doesn't seem to be much we can do about this. Today, leftism is fragmented into a whole spectrum of activist movements, yet not all activist movements are leftist, and some activist movements, for example, radical environmentalism, seem to include both personalities of the leftist type and personalities of thoroughly unleftist types, who ought to know better than to collaborate with leftists. Varieties of leftists fade out gradually into varieties of non-leftists, and we ourselves would often be hard-pressed to decide whether a given individual is a leftist or not a leftist. To the extent that it is defined at all, our conception of leftism is defined by the discussion of it that we have given in this article, and we can only advise the reader to use his own judgment in deciding who is a leftist. But it will be helpful to list some criteria for diagnosing leftism. These criteria cannot be applied in a cut-and-dried manner. Some individuals may meet some criteria without being leftists, and some leftists may not meet any of the criteria. Again, you just have to use your judgment. The leftist is oriented towards large-scale collectivism. He emphasizes the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. He has a negative attitude toward individualism. He often takes a moralistic tone. He tends to be for gun control, for sex education, and other psychologically enlightened educational methods, for social planning, for affirmative action, for multiculturalism. He tends to identify with victims. He tends to be against competition and against violence, but he often finds excuses for those leftists who do commit violence. He is fond of using the common catchphrases of the left like racism, sexism, homophobia, capitalism, imperialism, neocolonialism, genocide, social change, social justice, social responsibility. Maybe the best diagnostic trait of the leftist is his tendency to sympathize with the following movements: feminism, gay rights, ethnic rights, disability rights, animal rights, political correctness. Anyone who strongly sympathizes with all of these movements is most certainly a leftist. The more dangerous leftists, that is, those who are most power-hungry, are often characterized by arrogance or a dogmatic approach to ideology. However, the most dangerous leftists of all may be certain over-socialized types who avoid irritating displays of aggressiveness and refrain from advertising their leftism, but work quietly and unobtrusively to promote collectivist values, enlightened psychological techniques for socializing children, dependence of the individual on the system, and so forth. These crypto-leftists, as we may call them, approximate certain bourgeois types as far as practical action is concerned, but differ from them in psychology, ideology, and motivation. The ordinary bourgeois tries to bring people under the control of the system in order to protect his way of life, or he does so simply because his attitudes are conventional. The crypto-leftist tries to bring people under control of the system because he is a true believer in a collectivist ideology. The crypto-leftist is differentiated from the average leftist of the over-socialized type by the fact that his rebellious impulse is weaker and he is more securely socialized. He is differentiated from the ordinary well-socialized bourgeois by the fact that there is some deep lack within him that makes it necessary for him to devote himself to a cause and immerse himself in a collectivity. And maybe his well-sublimated drive for power is stronger than that of the average bourgeois. Final note. Throughout this article, we've made imprecise statements, and statements that ought to have had all sorts of qualifications and reservations attached to them. And some of our statements may be flatly false. Lack of sufficient information and the need for brevity made it impossible for us to formulate our assertions more precisely or add all the necessary qualifications. And of course, in a discussion of this kind, one must rely heavily on intuitive judgment, and that can sometimes be wrong. So we don't claim that this article expresses more than a crude approximation of the truth. All the same, we are reasonably confident that the general outlines of the picture we have painted here are roughly correct. Just one weak point needs to be mentioned. We have portrayed leftism in its modern form as a phenomenon peculiar to our time and as a symptom of the disruption of the power process. But we might possibly be wrong about this. Over-socialized types who try to satisfy their drive for power by imposing their morality on everyone have certainly been around for a long time. But we think that the decisive role played by feelings of inferiority, low self-esteem, powerlessness, identification with victims by people who are not themselves victims, is a peculiarity of modern leftism. Identification with victims by people not themselves victims can be seen to some extent in 19th century leftism and in early Christianity, but as far as we can make out, symptoms of low self-esteem, etc. were not nearly so evident in these movements or in any other movements as they are in modern leftism. But we are not in a position to assert confidently that no such movements have existed prior to modern leftism. This is a significant question to which historians ought to give their attention.
Be sure to check out Syllogism Podcast Episode 5 for our analysis on this manuscript. And if you enjoyed this reading, do me a solid, like and subscribe.
It's a new world. 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 Yo, celebrate the new life. New ways to make money. New ways to break dummies. Forge they name and take money. Computers ain't that smart. Whatever man built could be taken apart. Anything new can get old. Like dudes started rocking platinum. Some stopped wearing gold. Solar energized rides. No steering wheel, tell it how to drive. No propellers in the sky, airplanes like mini rockets. Waiting list for the rich to get tickets to visit Mars. While the poor people starve, computers taking over their jobs. A man's forced to live off land. Now it's back to the caveman era, when we made fire by two sticks rubbing together. The truth is, many are too scared of new data. America Online, cut off, see you later. Yo, welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending. New life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending. A new life for man, children and women. Yo, the new Mike Tyson's Roy Jones, Bill Clinton's the new JFK. Without the hole in his dome, the new Don Trump is Bill Gates. Not because it's occupation, it's cause we respect his cake. The cake meaning stock, net gross. Young kids step it up, go for the most. New cameras and police cars taking pictures. New hustlers getting new street figures. And US embassies overseas. Almost every foreign country's under siege. Covertly starting wars. CIA, Navy SEALs commit larcenies that be worth over mills. Oil in the earth spills. Girls blow their body up, birth control pills. Africans pick diamonds out of dark caves. Then we wear it on our necks just so we can light up the stage. Yo, welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending. New life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending. A new life for man, children and women. Say goodbye to the brainwashed. Say goodbye to the young kids who not smart. Say goodbye to the toasters and Pop-Tarts. Yo, it's real. Swallow a little pill as a full-course meal. Say hello to the one world. Say hello to the sky. Something's out there watching you and I. More enticing than Star Trek. Star Trek phones. Your genes and DNA is used to make clones. You got CD-ROM. Everything operates by computers. Then what happens when circuit breaks? Y2K's the big scare. Scientists say we ain't prepared. What I feel is contrary. Alexander Graham Bell made telephone jets. But now we request for your email address. I might be old-fashioned, stuck in my ways, but nothing make me more happier to see him today. Yo, welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending. New life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending. A new life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending. New life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending. A new life for man, children and women. It's a new world. It's a new world. It's a new world.
You know a nigga here, a nigga there, nigga everywhere. Balls of Russ, JR, PH7. Listen. Hey yo, straight out of Brownsville, I wave it around till every one of these goddamn shells in the pound kill. Chill, crack in the knapsack rapper, gat in the backpack rapper, lackadaisically blazing the Mac and these whack ass rappers. See, you a duck bob and waving the target. P, Drew and Buckshot's favorite artist. Cross my heart on some honest to God shit. No Bruno, you know the God shit be the hardest. I'm old school like Tanya Skelly Top. I'm no fool, called Jamal, get your melon pop. Rock filthy but not guilty. I'm Ruck, fuck Ripley, you $1.50. Listen, I am a felon degenerate who sell coke in the stars like Ellen DeGeneres. Remember this, be the best rapper. Pop, pop, I'm a scat clapper.
Till it's all said and done, and curtains come closed, and applause is a song. They know that what So catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be, until it's all said and done, and curtains come close and applause is a song. They know that what we throwing is beyond where they run. So catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be. It's sorta like I'm sham God the way my handle is. Give away my accolades, call it balancing. Throwing rocks at the lens like where the camera is. Grew up around a bunch of Norries, wild channel 10s, penning for the now, but y'all will get it later. And later seeming closer cause they say nobody's greater. A greater representative tagging the elevator. My tag still posted, I rap like they never paid us. I'm back like they never wait us. And something was missing. If me rapping's like a package, I'll fuck up a kitchen. If me rapping's like an addict, then all of them's itching. Moral is, all of this is just my wonderful whipping. And I'm comfortable with it, and you used to it now. They say I'm drilling through and getting to the root of that crown. The chair's mine for the low, so pursuing that crown is all that chaos that you hearing in this beautiful sound, you know? Until it's all said and done, and curtains come close and applause is a song. They know that what we throwing is beyond where they run. So catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be, until it's all said and done, and curtains come close and applause is a song. They know that what we throwing is beyond where they run. So catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be.
White boy wasted, don't play with Sean, I'm drunk. Off a rolling rock and Jaeger bomb. Away with arms, away with words, away with doing the way with wayward shit, you heard? Let's get clapping the best rapper. The after I rhyme, nobody should rap after. Don't make me stab your flesh. Scratch your back, Jazzy Jeff, Sean Price, Family Flow freaking. The last one doing it, lasting the Mohicans. Clap at your throat tweaking, stay on drugs for a while. Bonk, spray off slugs. MC, the ultimate warrior. Hurricane Hugo and Hurricane Gloria. The bullets are forget-me-nots. I'm Sean Price, I will get you shot. Give me the phone, right?
Until it's all said and done, and curtains come close and applause is a song. They know that what we throwing is beyond where they run. So catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be, until it's all said and done, and curtains come close and applause is a song. They know that what we throwing is beyond where they run. So catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be, until it's all said and done, and curtains come close and applause is a song. They know that what we throwing is beyond where they run. So catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be, until it's all said and done, and curtains come close and applause is a song. They know that what we throwing is beyond where they run. So catching them is over from the jump. Respect what it be.
Or the same target, different time. Cyclical reaction from the prisoners of the blind. Trying to fight time, it's a battle of the mind. Waiting for redemption, surviving in the bind. Same story, same target, different time. Cyclical reaction from the prisoners of the blind. Trying to fight time, it's a battle of the mind. Waiting for redemption, surviving in the bind.
Talk about paying the ultimate price. Hurricane been incarcerated all of his life. Started out at like 12, trapped in the belly of hell. To a man inside of a cell, yo, anger just swell up. At an early age that developed. Hot-headed, now it ain't shit, y'all can tell him. They said he's on a road to become a felon, but instead, he swung blows that'll split your melon. He did his thing and was the king of the ring, undisputed. Started making noise, but they tried to mute it. They put him through it, for him to make the system look stupid. They'd rather look you in the face and shoot it, and leave your spot looted, or leave your whole life blank, future in court. When you scream, I didn't do it, with sweat leaking from the outline of your silhouette. Don't understand the point that you at, or how the hell you came to it. Flashback to images of that night, out in Patterson. They pulled him over heading home from a gathering, and when they told him to charge, it kinda baffled him. Murdering the first for the chance, we on that again. Imagine you locked down forever. Could y'all stand the weather? Could you hold it together? Tell me that you know the pain. Yo, imagine if your life was like a hurricane forever. Imagine you locked down forever. Could y'all stand the weather? You built for that weather. Yo, saying, you know what I'm saying? What you believe in. Nobody knows the trouble seen. This flick left me wondering what can become of kings. The young kids, summer dream deferred. Incident occurred, freedom blurred. A freedom that would only be retrieved again in words later on. The cops, y'all know what they be on. A nigga's life is like a field that they play upon away and gone from natural life. But slowly had to fight, learning himself. 3 days, stay up half the night amongst watch dead men walking. He got afterlife exercising, developing his knack to write. Never leaving his cell in this world, he trapped himself. What he loved on the outside world, detached himself. You know the cards blacks get dealt by the system. He drew a picture of freedom with many dimensions. This picture proved to be bigger than black and white. A young soul named Lazarus brought him back to life. It's amazing to a man what a book can do, and how certain books seem to look for you. This is the story of a champion's fall and rise. The story left me wiping my eyes. Yo, forever. Imagine you locked down forever. Could you stand the weather? Could you hold it together? Tell me that you know the pain. Yo, imagine if your life was like a hurricane forever and ever. You're locked down forever. Could you stand the weather? Yo, I can't even explain the pain. Just imagine if your life was like a hurricane.
Yes, I am the inescapable, the irresistible, the unnegotiable, the unchallenged. I am time. I stole the measurements, control the elements. I hold the evidence, I tell the story. I am time. I know no prejudice, I bear no sentiment for all the settlements. I move forward. I am time. You can't recover me, conceal or smuggle me, retreat or run from me, crawl up or under me. You can't do much for me besides serve me well and have good dividends returned to you. Or attempt to kill me or to have me murder you. Many have wasted me, but now they are facing me. Treated me unfaithfully and now endure me painfully. Plaintively, I wait to see what history will shape to me. Whose hearts will live and die inside the sake of me. Angels scribe the page for me. Keep a full account of all the names for me and make a special mark for hurricane.
A hurricane forever. Imagine you locked down forever. Could you stand the weather? Could you hold it together? I can't even explain the pain. Imagine if your life was like a hurricane forever. Imagine you locked down forever, ever. Could you hold it together? Yo, can't explain the pain with words. You know what I'm saying? So imagine if your life was like a hurricane.
Clouds clashed and the heavens gave birth to a storm. God placed it in a man on the day he was born. Convicted minutes after a true natural disaster, framed for manslaughter. The hurricane caught a rising from out the south water like torrential rains. And the brain, no opponent escaped unscathed. You can't believe the world we live is unjust. All I see is more proof. There's no place for us. They had my man Carter locked in a cage like an animal, driving to the point where the mind works mechanical and works by remote control. It was done to all of us. They tap directly into our soul. Either it's sing or it's bars around your mind. There's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. In a 6x6, a guilty man cries for repentance and losses where innocence is.
Same story, same target, different time. Cyclical reaction from the prisoners of the blind. Trying to fight time, it's a battle of the mind. Waiting for redemption, surviving in the bind. Same story, same target, different time. Cyclical reaction from the prisoners of the blind.
The night when I was here a few months back. Raise your hand, let's see. Thank you so much. I'm speaking on Think and Act Now. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Say it with me out loud. Thoughts determine what you want. Action determines what you get. Okay? Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Think, act now. You know, the heartbreaker about a lot of people's dreams that never become a reality, all they ever do is think about it. They don't act on it. Because they have a fear if they act on it, they may not get that dream. Fear that they not in. But I guarantee you're not going to ever get anything with your thoughts until you put actions to back it up. That's going to be tonight. You be here early. It's gonna be a great night. Think, act now. Think, act now. Times are difficult to bridle. You can cut someone's character, cut someone's qualifications, and cut someone's morals. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Say it with me out loud. Thoughts determine what you want. Action determines what you get. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Think. Act now. Think. Act now. Think. Act. Say with me out loud now. Think. Act now. Think. Don't you know everybody went down with that flood? Glad he put some action with his thoughts. Thoughts, action think about a lot of people's dreams that never become a reality. All they ever do is think about it. They don't act on it because they have a fear if they act on it, they may not get that dream. But I guarantee you're not going to ever get anything with your thoughts until you put actions to back it up. That's going to be tonight. You be here early, think, act now. It's going to be a great night. Act now. Think, act now. Stay with me out loud. Think, act now. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you get. Stay with me out loud. Thoughts determine what you want. Actions determine what you think. Act now. Think, act now. Think, act now. Think, act now. Okay? That's gonna be tonight. You be here early. It's gonna be a great night.
We came from kings and queens.
That's right.
How come we ain't got any kings and queens right now?
Oh, boy, you always trying to be heavier than anybody else.
The history people. They did their thing, then they died, or they got run out of town, or killed. Where's the now people to do things now? We're always talking about what's been, never what is. What the people gonna do?
I'll think about it.
Bomb the levy, arm and deadly, arm is steady, fingers, palms is sweaty, shoot holes through your medley, wifey so heady, I'm heavy so ready, box your face out, Peter Man Freddy, chop confetti with a sharp machete, got no flavor, no sauce, plain spaghetti, I spit legend like Yeti, search for extraterrestrial intelligence SETI, anything pertaining to Eddie, went through Special K and then through Teddy, child support, bank levy, house foreclosed, Franny Mac and Freddie. Why you singing to my medley? Good broad, the hood is hard. Pull your card, fought while you sparred. Banned and barred, my hand to guard. Your odds are good, but goods are odd. I'm done talking.
Man, shut the fuck up. Quiet on the set. Told you motherfuckers to stop getting it twisted.
Never been the type to run my mouth from locked
I'm done talking.
I'm just being real about it.
Niggas hollering. Shut your old mouth when young folks are talking.
It's beautiful and aggravating, agitating, glad you hating, mouth salivating, your heart palpitation is an indication. You wanna suppress innovation, no limitation, flow been impatient, smack DJs, kick stations and corporations, you could all suck my dictation. Here's what you now facing, edit up close and personal, no more giving spacing, start bracing or start embracing, old dogs become soap. Greyhound racing, this ain't a playground chasing. Real life, you fake like Freddie and Jason. Get this boom back, start debasing. I'm half the price, they twice as much. My fingerprints don't fade from the lives I touch. I'm done talking.
Quiet on the set. Man, shut the fuck up. Told you motherfuckers to stop getting it twisted.
Some of us, it's completion, loading myself in the walkway, scratching out walkway. Feels like problems with the parts inside your phone, hand and liars block coming down with it feels good. Rip some texture out of me into me, small world ripping to me. A few more counts and one last question, that's all I need. Let's go buy a fresh stamp and tissue, open and moon boot tiger survived earthling. Cracks in the earths and the scalp pants and shit, nothing dust wasted, ain't laughing colors, nothing colors within us. He said the blind man curtsy bow, he died on his birthday, moon against the sun, questions anyone's skeleton, keep period open.
Walking through the rain and the millennium, where lazy and convenient is the mother of invention. I muster the guts I mentioned to that man in that reflection. What are you looking at?
So it's been a minute and I've grown fond of this outfit. God escaped alone, we keep on the deep end. We depend upon to continue to struggle to find the connecting thoughts in spare time. I'm a reoccurring theme. How soon they forget? I ain't seen land since I developed the ability to rise. Now I own all the shadows and reflect off everything. So the bulletproof vest cause they stuck dull and forgot how to propel. To move each other, to move bodies of water. Artists skate across the surface but when I give it distorted and carry to bury. Brought back to life as a sandcastle. Nothing lasts, beauty is what you make it until the waves and wind and people ruin what I've worked so very hard to preserve.
Walking through the rain and the millennium, where lazy and convenient is the mother of invention. I muster the guts to mention to that man in the reflection. What are you looking at? And when the sun looks at me, I feel alright, but ain't nothing but a moment before it turns away. The humidity tripped me off of my feet last night, and when I looked up, I saw that I had nothing to say. I think I'd like people more if they think more like me. So quietly, I wait for my inner revolution when the eagle can soar forward toward the sea. I'll aim at the beast in the name of retribution. Now I'm looking.
nut, fuck the tape deck nut. Got your play button stuck. My eyes wide shut, coming out my face on stage, put lumps in your throat. Like I hung you off the roof from 6 feet of rope. I'll give away rhymes for you to battle me with. While I do MCs like Yugoslav intelligence. So deflect back to sharp in the planet of beats. You open a barrel of worms, and the atmosphere reeks. A little kids with dreams and rhymes they wanna tell. So pedophile labels come and less them with sales. Big shot producers, Pelican MCs. Stand by watching in the breeze. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads and feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day. Try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads and feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. In the flesh, I stress the day-to-day vision. Go on the condom. Now I'm sponsored by Trojan. Walking polo ad, rap fat, MTV, grab every face of the nation. My optical examination. Feeding you, bleeding you through media, brain leaving ya. Touch the magazine and deceiving ya. So I train on PlayStation and Army Apparel-land. Get lost in the TV screen like Caroline. Scan my finger for the credit. Miscount and don't forget it. There's a pair of white horse in town and everybody fed it. Sky's black, my eyes crack, I think I'm asleep. I cleanse my thoughts when courtships are leak. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads and feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to. This world's a commercial. I can't change the channel every day, try and kill it, but there's no ammo. And television heads and feds that wanna hurt you. I found a way out, but ain't nowhere to murk to.
Thank you.